So, I'm a Canadian friend. Today, the last video of all episodes, then we have 27 in. Today, a longer one because of more few spots, but these are all spots where I don't train. You know, I do not train there. But watch out, there are some of the best in the world out there, what you will see now. We started with a small park, very interesting video. I will tell a few private things about my training back in the days. People what I have seen, you know, I've told this sometimes, you know, many videos ago. We have now over 700 videos in, you know, over 700 videos. And you know what I'm most proud of? That I get not 1 cent for anything. I made that all for free, you know, only for the passion. And that, my friend, I don't know that many people can tell this, because nowadays we have all advertisement shit. And now watch, here it is. But that is a kid's place, you know. And here I trained back in the days. Now they have a few machines here. You see such a water thing. And there are always kids. But here you have those machines for the older people. You see that? Because they have almost no resistance. I've also tried it here. We have a table tennis table. But here are always people in, you know. And for parkour you can jump over a bench. You can jump off this tool here, you know. Now people, we have to watch out. And here you have the bars, you know, you can jump over it or balance, you know. That would be nice for you to balance the left and then jump to the right one, you know. That is cool. And I had also jumping ability back in the days. There I was always good. One thing what I could was run fast. In school and when we challenged each other, I was always the fastest or the second fastest, you know, by 100 meter. Later I changed a bit. And I was very good by wide jumping, you know. These were the things. Endurance I was never good. But those quick things, you know, quick on the feet. And I tell you, we had a ramp at my village place, you know. I lived in the village. I lived in the city, but also in the village. A few days in the village, a few days here in the city. And so these are different worlds, you know. Here in the village there were around 1,000 people living, so you know each other, everyone, you greet everyone. There was only one little supermarket, you know, very small, and so you know each other. A complete different story to the city. And there we had a man built us a skateboard ramp in the middle to late 90s, you know. Nowadays people would not use that tool, but that was great to us. And I tell you, that was, I don't know, when this is a bench, I was for sure in that height, you know, higher one, you know. And I could jump over the whole thing, you know. And I had a video where I did it, but that video got damaged. It was an VHS. You know, I filmed that in 1999, I think, you know. But that VHS was damaged. So yeah, that it is. But now we enter in one of the world's top spots for training. Really, it's not a joke. Worldwide, one of the best what exists. We see us there. So French Canadian, I will tell you something. Here we enter into the next place. The park before that was a decade ago. That was the old park. There I trained, but now with that machines I don't train. And now here we are. That is the street where I learned basketball. Since 1991, street baller, you know. And here it is, you know, the cars are driving, you see that? And here was the rusty ring in a how it is called, the stone wall, rough stone wall traffic, you see. Cars and this and that, and here it was the rusty ring, and we played here as kids. The cars were shouting, you know, the ball fell into the cars exactly here by this red, green, yellow. There right in the wall, there was the ring, and when cars were barking here, we shoot the ball and the ball fell into the car, you know, and people shouted and this and that. So, but now we are entering in, and I made the wrong route. What a shit, you know. I wanted to make it from the other side. So we drive back, you know. And French Canadian, why? One time I have seen my Reese, maybe you know her. Maryse is the wife of The Miz. When you watch wrestling, then you will know it. The Miz, very famous, and I have seen Maryse, you know, that was very cool in around 2007 to 8. Around that time I have seen her, you know, the French Canadian. That is cool language, you know. They had a whole series with The Miz and Maryse, the French Canadian language. Very, very cool. So now we enter in and then you will see it. And this is where we are right now, a few meters more. Now I have to watch a car comes, that no police drives. Wait, always hand to the bicycle, then they don't see, because you have the hands on it now. Next spot in the game, and that would be absolutely amazing for you. It is very specific, but we are now by a climbing hall, you know, an indoor climbing and also outdoor climbing. And that, my friend, is a tool. Once I have shown this, that is one of the most prestige climbing areas in the whole wide world. It's not a joke. One of the most modern and one of the biggest what you can do. And there come the best climbers in the whole wide world for training sessions. And they have also a tournament here where the best of the best are here. And that is only a little bit beside my home, and then you hear the music. We were here, I showed once a video. And that is absolutely gigantic. When you see that, that is amazing. You know, really one of the best climbing centers in the whole wide world. Very known really by climbers. Here with the drain, overground. And now we enter in, you see only the outside, but they have indoor also that big, all the things you cannot imagine how much. And now here it is. Here is the indoor hall, and then bam, you see it. Watch. There in it all it is. And now we drive into the thing, you know. Wow, that is really spectacular. 1, 2, bam, here you see it. You see how high this is? Wow, there you could climb, huh? You can extra drive from Canada here. That would be amazing. Fly in extra for this tool. Oh, you have it all, you know. When you want to climb, then come here, I tell you that. And also on the back side, watch now. Here he goes on. That is brutal, huh? And a lot of climbers here, you know. Watch out for the cars. Wow, that is amazing. And here you see there is the river. There is the river on. And here you have it. So very quiet, very peaceful. And such a big tool, you know. And also indoor. Wow. You see? That would be for you, you know. For climbing. Here the next one. You see? That is really, really amazing. We make a round from here, and here we have a skateboard indoor hall, you know. That was also cool. OG Skate Shop was in there. If you're a skateboarder, know him, he was in there. You see? Wow. Really, really amazing. But climbing I would also like to do, but I never could do it, you know. And here the boulder, you know, very cool. Because one time I was playing basketball with no shoes, you know. Then I jumped, and I jumped exactly, I made a 360 in the air, and then I landed on my feet with the heel on the outside of my feet, you know. So I landed with the other foot with the heel exactly on the outside, and then I couldn't walk anymore. But I was not allowed to go to hospital. I shouted so much, you know, that was so much pain. They said, no, it's your own fault when you jump so much and this and that. Yeah, and then the next day they say go to school, and when it still hurts, then we can go to hospital. Yeah, next day we went to hospital, then they said it was out, you know. And then I had a white thing on, this hard one, and then it needed weeks. And that when I climbed then, you know, in school or such things, always when I have a lot of pressure on the outside, then I feel it. Same with shoes, you know. Adidas shoes absolutely worse because they are so small most of the times. Then it hurts really that I almost cannot walk, you know. But with normal shoes, no problem. But to climb with that pressure always on the little side of her feet, no chance, you know. But I also have, I'm afraid of big heights, you know it, you know. Now we go on to a next park, and that is a long route. No, it's not a long route. A small park, maybe you see for you, nice park, relaxing park, outside, and then we have to go outside of the city because there exists another calisthenics park. And there I have done a little bit, but you know, there I cannot bring the kettlebell. They would have stairs, perfect. They would have the calisthenics park, perfect. Very nice area. There is beside the basketball court, and there I will drive, but that needs always a whole day route time that you can do those things, you know, to film, to drive there, to watch out if there are people in or not, that you can film, you know, and on and on. And that will be very nice. And here we come to the end. There I started my videos back in the days with mini golf. Very relaxing, but a little bit noisy with the river, because here the small river comes to the big river. You know, we have those two rivers. That is the Sill, and here is the Inn. The Inn is the big river. And with the microphone you hear that sound, but here, wow, beautiful. Here I started always. Mini golf vlog from here. First video of over 700. I was sitting here with my mini golf racket, and here, there it was, because we drive here now in this route. Nice route, but this is the area of the mountains which I don't like that much, but I enjoy it also. Yeah, and here is the start point, and then we see us. So French Canadian, I have to say this, I like that so much, the French, you know. French Canadian, that sounds so great always. Now here we are, but not at a spot where I told this we led away, because that I have filmed, but it is a very nice park, a relaxing park, but there I have never trained. There is nothing to train. It's a kids place. Of course you can jump off the kids things and this and that, but it is not a place where I have trained or where is something to train. But we have it on video, a few videos back in the basketball videos. But now here, the stairs to nowhere. Well, now I have eat something. The thief. Wow, a shame, you know, when I show me in that way in the camera. But from here we start, because here is the end point of the city, and now we drive to the calisthenics park. We enter in, what a beautiful thing, you know. When we are here, you will not imagine that. Now tell me, when you drive now with bicycle here, you don't see that entrance, you know. You drive, not many people know that there are stairs down. And today the water is also not high. Normally you walk into the water, you know. We walk it down, and then we go to the calisthenics park, which you don't know. A new one, what I show, you know. We were there, but by the basketball videos. Ta-da, here we are. Ah, that smell, you know. Ah, the smell of water, you know, with a little sand. But it is like in holiday, you know. Wow, that is amazing, you know. But really, normally the water goes really to the stairs, and then this river looks really impressive, you know. And then you have to be careful. We have this also on video. Wow, but this was amazing. And here the stairs up, and then we drive there. I will show you the place here, the outside. And the calisthenics park there is really cool, absolutely amazing, small, but such a friendly and nice area. I hope no one is there today. And there I also trained, but that is too far away, you know. I cannot drive 1 hour 30 minutes with bicycle or whatever to come there and then train and then all drive back. That is too much, you know. But watch now the bicycles. That is the end point of the city, you know, with that big house. And now, from here, you see, that is the mountain. There is Dream Court, the Dream Calisthenics place. So far away, you see that mountain. And here, we drive now there, and I show you where it is around. Now I have to be careful. We have to go around. Wait, I have to watch on the wide angle around there. We have to drive now in the mountain on there. It is, you know. There is also a secret basketball court, you know, one of the 2 secret military basketball courts. And there is also from military a very good thing where they could have to jump over buildings, old wooden things with a rope to grapple, you know, to how it is called when you on the floor, you know, and you walk forward. But this is not allowed to film, you know, there is absolutely forbidden to film military bases. It's extra big on, you know, you can get problems when this is shown in public and something happens, you know. Maybe not here, because here they have no big secrets, you know, but when you are in the US, in Houston, or where is it, the area, how it is called, Area 51, I've seen a lot of videos in Valley, how it is called, wow. When you film there and enter in with camera, big problem. But now a little bit more, I film and then I tell something and then we enter in the great calisthenics park. So French Canadian, I have to say this, you know, French Canadian. Bonjour, comment va? Oh, très bien, merci. Et vous? Bien, bien. Au revoir. You know, now here, watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the swimming area what we have. A very relaxing one. Now you see the beach volleyball they build up. And that is outside now. We are now on the left side of the mountain. Here that is, you know, very old. I was in here also in the 90s. And now we have the 30th of April. And I think they will open up around 10 May, you know, 10th of May. And then the season starts with the swimming areas, you know. And that is cool, you know. French Canadian, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, you know. And here you see they build up now everything. You have here to jump off, I think a 5, a 7 meter, 10 I don't think, but 7 I would say. And yeah, here is really relaxing. You can check it out. They build up now everything, you know, that they can open it up. And now we enter in our calisthenics park, but it needs a little bit more, because here to pass the thing to come to the left side, little bit, you know, a lot of traffic and cars and streets, industry area. And yeah, here you see the picture how it looks, you know. Wait, you see that here on the picture? It's really cool. Yeah, and they have rebuilt this, you know, the last 2 years. I think they have built everything new. Yeah, now it is completely fresh. And here is one of the nicest mini golf courses. Here I almost made the record, you know, I played 25 on an 18-hole course. And that is a fantasy course, very, very tough to play. And I played this with a standard mini golf ball and a standard racket without a rubber, you know, almost impossible. Watch. That is the Buschenschank, you know, very nice. And you see, very cool course. But this, I think, is since 50 years here, you know. I played here in the 80s. And now, you know, expensive. I don't know, around, I cannot say, 6-7 euro you have to pay for one round. And it is so damaged that you cannot play records anymore, you know. This is impossible. That is more to come to eat. But it is a nice fantasy track. And here we have tennis. That I have not shown because it is on the way now where we have to drive. And very nice course, I show you that. Now the cars. We go to the walking way. Then you see it. Here is the, you see that? I show you from above, and there I have played, you know, so many times. That was pretty cool. I have to watch out, you know, I'm on the walking track. And then we go to the calisthenics park. Very cool one to train. Once I've shown it by the basketball videos, but as a training park I have not shown you now. Now here we are. Now watch. That is beautiful. You know, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 courts. In front there is the restaurant, the bar to sit outside, 1, 2, 3, and a tennis wall. And in winter they have an indoor hall. They make a white towel carpet over the first 3 courts. And that is great. I played in winter here, in summer here. You know, that was amazing. That was pretty cool. I played with a guy who was very rich, you know, who were the chief of a finance thing, and drove with him with car. Very rich. And so I also had it order, you know, not like now where I have to beg for every cent to pay the bills. You know, I had the complete order thing. I know, I can tell you that. When people think, watch out, bam. So now I will drive on, watch the left side. We go on, and when we pass this village, we have another village, and then the next village around that, then we are here. That takes a time, and there we will see us then. So, French Canadian, I made a mistake. Come va? Come stai? That is Italiano. Comment allez-vous? That is French, you know. Italiano. Ciao ciao. So, we talk it now in English. Here I have to drive upwards now. Wow, it's now the first training, you know. The people don't see me as a basketballer, they don't see me as a as a bicycler, because I'm not in a club. I only do it for me. But I drive the steepest parts from maybe all people here, you know, because I train only the steep parts with normal clothes, with basketball shoes. You know, I do things what no other one does. My style, my lifestyle, you know. And that it is, and now that is not that steep but long. And to come in, this were now 1.5 hours to drive with the bicycle, and now to drive upwards. And then come steeper parts that we can enter into the calisthenics park. But you know, now I feel better. That was a good way, 3 weeks now that I'm in recovery training, you know, walking. With that I started to make the videos for you. These were between 2 and 4 hours walking every day, almost every day. And then with the bicycle I also drove 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day, you know, for 3 weeks now. And now the more far is good. And here you see the mountains on there. They I like, even if it's the side which I don't like that much. But on that place where we go now, the calisthenics park, there I like it very much, you know. But here I cannot bring my kettlebell. That is too heavy, you know. That is also when I play basketball, you know. By the outside courts, you know, we have the city courts and the outside courts. And the outside courts, there, you know, I drive with bicycle that I can play there. For others that would be a very tough round to drive with bicycle. But to me, you know, I give not 100% by bicycling, by such tours, because I have to play basketball. And by basketball I also don't give 100% because I have to come home back again with the bicycle. And when, wow, what was that? You've seen it, like a spider hanging on. Wow. You know, when you give 100%, that is not good, because then how do you come back for 3, 4, 5 hours, you know, routes. So 70-80%. And the bicycle tours I make extra. Then I give 110%, you know, when I drive my trainings routes. And by basketball, when I play in the city, when I only want to play and train, then I move there, walk there, and then I can give 100% and train all what is possible, you know. So here, relaxing to drive up. Feel very good, you know. Stamina. You remember it. The basketball ring. We have filmed this also, you know. But now it goes to the calisthenics park and not basketball. And I've told you, I tell something. I have seen a lot of sports stars, you know. That was very nice to see them live. Nowadays it is other. You can watch them on Instagram. They have every day a story in you see their whole life, but you know, you also from back then, there you have seen nothing. You could buy a magazine, and then you have seen this star in, you know, or not, and that it was. And when you watch them live, that was amazing, because you have seen them maybe once in a few years, you know, especially here in my city. That was not that famous, you know, that many stars came. Skiing, winter sport, yes, but not the summer sports or ball sports, you know. And I've told this once, I don't want to make all of this now, but I've seen a few masters, you know. Masters I call when you see the best in the world, when they are in absolutely their prime years, where you say, wow, that was unbelievable. And one of them was Tony Hawk, you know. Tony Hawk, the skateboarder, you know. For sure the most well-known name in skateboarding history is Tony Hawk, you know. The biggest name in the game. Especially with the PlayStation games, Tony Hawk. In the 90s that went there famous, you know. That was the border to make all of those extreme sport games then, you know. Tony Hawk series. Yeah, and I've seen him in the year when he made maybe the most famous trick. I would say not the most difficult trick, but back then that was brutal. The 900, that was in the year 1999. Or, yeah, 1999. And there I have seen him. Wow. A master at his work, you know. That was... I will always remember that. It was here in my city. And also the first time that they were here, you know. Can you imagine it? When you see superstars the first time in your city, you know. Nowadays, all was here and they come again and again. That is not the first time, but that was the first time. That was amazing, you know. And yeah, he won the contest, you know. And there were the Bloodhound Gang playing, Fateless, Silverchair, the newcomers, Fateless, can you remember? Now he don't live anymore. Back then the newcomers. Yeah. That was in the Tivoli, the old building. You know, and then I've seen a few, you know. Mariusz Buchanowski was great. The strongman, you know, world champion. He won the most times the world's strongest man series of all who lived, you know. 5 times he won the world's strongest man. And I've seen him also in his prime years when he was the champion. That was also, whew, he played with the other opponents. So good he was back then, you know. That was also amazing, you know. Bret Hart, you know, I've told this, Canadian. Bret the Hitman Hart in 1994, also in his prime years. Absolutely fantastic technician. Great wrestler, maybe the greatest of them all. You know, Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair. There were many. Kid Dynamite. You know, and so, and also, you know, tennis. And I watched a lot of different sports where I've seen world class. I was out with, I've trained with champions, you know, with world champions in kickboxing. I've trained. When I was younger, I had a trainer, you know, that was in table tennis, and my female trainer, they were East European, and the East European school was the hard route to go, you know. There was not fun and smile and this, that was really fair, but really hard training. Even as a child, I told this once, where we drove to the platform for weight training, you know, where the ski champions were in, you know, Goldberger, Witthölzl, and all those guys who won the ski jumping events, the best in the world, who trained there. And you know, and my female trainer, she was European champion then, and her man, where I also trained with, he was national trainer of different countries, you know, the national head coach. Then you can know which level this is. And their son became, in table tennis, he went into the top 20 in the world, you know, top 20 player in the world, and he has beaten one time the number 2 in the world, you know. And so that means absolutely world-class elite level. And I trained there with guys who were, in the national team of my country. And so I've seen very early on what is world-class, what it needs, when you train with such people. And that was amazing to me. When you see that as a child, so growing up, that was fantastic, because that helps you later on. And that I will always remember. And then when we were there, back then the greatest table tennis player of all time, they call him still the Mozart of table tennis. That was an icon, Jan-Ove Wallner from Sweden. And I was there when he was playing in the middle 90s. 1995 or 6 it was. And then I got an autogram from him, And then more better, when you were so young, he was sitting beside of me, Then I moved to him a few seats, talked with him, private talking with the GOAT, with the greatest of all time back then. When you are young and now, there was no internet, there was nothing. Then it's more special than nowadays, because nowadays you can watch Instagram stories all day of the favorite player or the best. Then you were sitting right now with the best player of all time and talking with him. That was unbelievable, That was unbelievable. To know now I'm sitting beside of the best of all time and talking, Those memories I still have. And so I have seen a lot of things, what was great. And, that motivates you. Then you know what is the world standard, because you have seen it. When you haven't seen it, you cannot talk about it, because you don't have a feeling how good or how fast or whatever they are in their sports, or what it takes to come there. When you have seen it, that is a big, big experience, Even if you are like me, not good, but you have seen the experience, and that is great, But I tell you other thing. More likely what I have liked was music. Music, to see the concerts there, the stars, that was to me the highest. To see the high level musicians live, that was the best, I was always, for example, in sport, I was hanging out with the Klitschko team, Vladimir Klitschko, the boxer, world champion back then. Emanuel Stewart, the legendary trainer from Detroit. From Thomas Hearns, the hitman, and a few others. Lennox Lewis, Kronk Jim. Now his uncle trained Tyson Fury. And he was sitting beside of me in the bar, Emanuel Stewart, maybe the greatest trainer in boxing, also died. And that was amazing, to hang out. Jonathan Banks has boxed there, later on the trainer of Vladimir. And it were also cool memories. I have known a Russian girl. She has known Klitschko. She made a film with Nikolai Valuyev, the boxer. She was a Russian. And it's a cool moment. So we are connected to a lot of things. And then also, I've once connected. I was in Monte Carlo, in Monaco. And there I have known a girl which became later on the #1 female tennis player in the world. Wanted to go to concerts there, very, very expensive. But here, from whenever someone wanted to drive only once, and then the musician to see the stars live, that were the biggest moments to me, But now I go on, and then we see us. So now we go on, musician, there you can also see the best, Live musicians, when they are in their prime, are very good, That was to me, I had a little bit of other life. Now I was always here in my federal state. But back then I traveled almost every week to another country, another city. I was in Hamburg, in Germany, in Berlin, a lot of time in Switzerland, greetings to Zurich. We have a guy from Zurich, a few, who have written me from Zurich. There I was often, was going to the sport events, most of the time boxing, and I was going to the music events. Those both together was great. Then boxing was, Germany was maybe the biggest part in boxing. I've told this once. Then it was almost gone. You know, the promoters were away, the television thing was away, and music. And then I had the tinnitus, and then I stopped it. You know, and there, you know, greetings to Canada. You know, to you. I have seen Paul Anka. You know, Paul Anka, the great Paul Anka. That was my last concert where I was in. I was the youngest maybe in. You know, the ticket holders asked me, "Are you right here?" And I said yes. Then I said, "Yeah, I want to see now Frank Sinatra." Then they looked at me, "What is this guy?" Then sorry, Paul Anka, you know, and great Paul Anka. A heavyweight under the heavyweights in the music game. The guy who wrote My Way, you know, for Frank Sinatra. Absolutely amazing what he done live, you know. Worked with Elvis, worked with Michael Jackson, worked with Sammy Davis Jr. And he told the greatest entertainer of all time to him is Sammy Davis Jr. You know, when that comes out of his mind, who worked with all of them, that has something to say, you know. Tom Jones, and on and on and on, you know. It was great, you know. Great was this, you know, Canadian Paul Anka. Very, very nice. You know, and I've seen Rihanna, we have it on, Rihanna. That was amazing because I've seen her for free. That is the story. I was driving to Munich, to Germany, Olympia Hall, and I think that was the first start of her tour back then. And then, you know, the first night is always amazing. Because when you go to concerts and you know and you watch the schedules what they have, and when they are now one day in this city, next day in another city, and the third day in another city, then they will not give 100% maybe, because they have to fly to the next city, they are tired, they don't want to lose energy with the voice. But when they have time, or the opening, then they want to be good because the press is writing about it. And that was amazing. And I was there the only time in my life where no tickets were available. Back in the days, there was no digital ticket. I moved there. Then I thought, what? You know, the ticket, the regular tickets not available. All are sold out. And then I was watching out for guys standing in front of the concert hall, because normally you pay more and you get tickets, you know, of course. No, but that was the only time in my life where you get no tickets. People, fans were standing there with big papers with written on, "We're searching tickets. We are searching tickets." And I thought, what? No. And Rihanna was one of the last artists in my life what I wanted to see, which was missing out, you know. And that opportunity, I have to see her. It doesn't matter how. And I tell you, when I want something, most of the time I get it. And then I have watched out all those steps. Then I have seen a way how to come in for free. I jumped over an iron net, and there were securities, you know. I watched that they don't see me. I passed the securities, and then the next step was to go to the ticket holders, you know, the guys who holds the tickets. And you know, wait, I show you here something, because here is a nice park. And I passed the ticket holders that they don't see me when there were many people, and then I was in, you know. And then I seen her for free, and I think the cheapest ticket was back then 70 euros. 70 euros. And then I have seen Rihanna live, you know. I made videos. That was amazing. Nuno Bettencourt was there, and world-class guitarist. That was amazing, you know. But now watch out, here we have a natural playground. That would be something for you, but I have to tell there a sad story. We have discovered this park the last time and day in my life in winter. Here you see the Naturspielpark, natural playground. But I have heard that they will close all of this park, that will all be away, because they built here a kindergarten and houses, you know. And the people, here you see it, here is a balcony, save the natural playground from here. There were people, you know, of course, because they say this is one of the last natural playgrounds what we have, you know, and I really don't know many. And that is, you know, a shame that they all will build houses, you know. And watch now, that is absolutely great also for you, for parkour. You can jump over this table, you know. I would do that, you know. I would come over there to jump over this tool. But, you know, I'm afraid to fall on my head, so I don't do it anymore. But for sure I could do that, you know. And here you see there are a lot of things for parkour people, you know. All parkour people over the world come here, then we save this park. Here to jump off, you know, here with the bar. You see that? You can jump off there or use the bar for whatever you want. And here you have a stone wall where you can jump off with the climbing tools in there, you know. That is amazing. You see that? You could jump off from the height and you have this nice ground thing, you know. These wooden, good smelling things. It's very soft to land, you know. But don't make a roll, because then you will be open up. But cool thing. Here a stone. And here to balance on, you know, like the Shaolin monks. To jump from one, that would be something for you, you know. But don't fall off, because that will hurt. And wow, the smell is so other, you know, like in calisthenics parks, where you have this unnatural rubber what you smell. Here it is very, very nice with the big trees, you know. Hello. Yeah, English. So nice people here. And here you see the slide, you know. You could walk them up or slide them down, you know. You would find a lot of views, you know. Wow, you see there are cameras. Have you seen that? Wow, on a natural playground nowadays you need cameras. A shame. You know what people are living nowadays, that you need cameras in a playground code. But you see here, for example, you could jump off from that tool, from here, you know. That is pretty cool. Here you would have the stones, you know, to balance. It's very nice. Jump off from left to right, you know. And yeah, but in that park I have never trained, but this park I have to pass now to come to the calisthenic park. And you see, absolutely amazing. And they have everywhere those posters that they save this park, you know. But I think you have no chance if you have there 100 people or 1,000 people who have a signature. When the government, you know, there is a lot of money involved. But really bad, you know. I've discovered this park also in a day in my life, because it's only a few meters there in this street I never drove, you know. And then I have read about this and seen it in television, that they will close this nice park, you know. Very, very sad, because normal, you know. That is what in my city is not good. They need hundreds of years to build new things, you know. When they build a new street, a new house, they need years, decades, you know, until they get it done. And the other thing is, they will all green fields they put away, you know. They say always, yeah, more people, we need flats, all is, they build all, you know, free green fields. Also people who own this field, you know, when the field is too big, the government says now, yeah, the half of the field you have to put away, you have to sell it. If you want or not, you have to sell it. You know what I mean? That is absolutely stupid. It is your own ground, your own field, whatever, and they say no, it's not allowed. Half of the size you have to sell if you want or not, because we built here flats for a good price that the people can live there. Yeah, all great, but you know, sometimes you have to watch out for living quality, and living quality means that you have such nice parks like here, that people can enjoy that village, and not to bring in houses here that some people can live here. You cannot always build new houses and bigger houses and on and on. Sometimes you have to say stop now, there are no flats, and the people have to live in another place, you know. That does not go to build all fields, because then we have it like in New York where all is together, you know. That is some problems here in my city, but we have it now on video a second time. I could make an extra video here, you know, here the same, save the natural bark, but that will bring not much, I tell you that. And even if I make a video, we have not much subscribers, and especially not from my country, you know. The most subscribers on the channel are from the USA, and so if the USA people see that, will not change something, you know. But back in the days I have known a few people, then we could have changed it, you know. But so now we go on. But we come back to Rihanna, you know. Boy, Rihanna was absolutely amazing. I have shown you once on the video, because, you know, we get no problems here on the channel, because I have not monetized it, you know. And that is cool. But Rihanna was amazing. Really, really amazing. And so sometimes, you know, you are right now in the best place in the world. That can happen when you go to concerts, when you know, I was always one who was watching out where to watch a concert. As I told you, when you have a bad day from them, then you see a standard concert, or you go to the where you know now maybe this is the concert of the year. There you have to drive. That was my mentality, and so I moved almost every week to other countries: Zurich, Switzerland, Bern, you know, Basel, and Montreux. The famous Montreux Jazz Festival. You have it in Canada, you know, the Montreal Jazz Festival. In Montreux, I've seen Claude Nobs, the founder of Montreux, the guy who brought Freddie Mercury and David Bowie together to make the song Under Pressure. You know, Claude Nobs was the guy. Claude Nobs, for example, was once asked, and he has seen more musicians than anyone else, maybe, you know, have all in Montreux. He has filmed all concerts there, you know. It's the biggest music archive what you can get. Microsoft wanted to buy it for I don't know how much money. Millions over millions over millions of money. But he didn't sold it because he says they are not music lovers. And he was asked who was the best he has ever seen live. This guy has seen them all. And he said the best live ever was Nina Simone. You know, and that word also, that is a heavy weight when you hear that. And I've seen special concerts at Montreux, you know, and other things. I was one time, you know, Hathaway, one of the front guys for the Eurodance scene in the early 90s. Eurodance here was very popular, and Hathaway was a main leader of that genre, you know. And Hathaway was once playing billiard beside of me, you know. Very friendly guy. He lives here in Tyrol, you know. The Klitschkos were also a lot of times here. They spent their time here. A lot of people were here, you know. Anthony Joshua was training here. An hour from here he was training. The world champion in heavyweight, Tyson Fury, was here. You know, Deontay Wilder, the heavyweight champion, was here. Andy Lee, world champion, was here. There were a lot of guys here, you know. And by musicians, you know, one time, I will never forget this, that was the most expensive concert of the year in the world, regular price, and that was in Monaco, you know, in Monte Carlo, where most rich people in the world live there. What is every second person or every third person is a millionaire. And I love Monaco, you know. Monaco, many say, wow, that looks not good and this and that and blah, blah, blah. But also my grandmother was in Monaco back in the days. And also I. And there it is amazing. You know, a lot of tennis players live there. And there I have seen a special concert. Only by invitation, you know, with guest list. And it was a dinner concert. And I've seen there the late and great Prince. You know, Prince, Purple Rain. He opened it up with Purple Rain, the concert. And you're sitting in there with 800 guests. You know, a famous actor was in there. Jean-Paul Belmondo from France was in there. 800 guests. The richest of whole Europe. Most were Russian girls. And you have a tribune out, you know, it's an indoor hall which goes up, you can open it up with electricity. You have all glass in there, you know, mirrors and glass. All vents are, all the side things are glass. And you have an outside to the sea. You see to the sea of Monaco. And then Prince, you know, I will never forget this when he played the song Shh, you know, S-H, Shh. And I swear you, there were all people standing in, 800 guests, all standing and giving applause. That was a thing you will not discover many times when you think this is unreal. You are not here right now. But I knew, I tell you that, I knew, now I have to go up from my bicycle on there. I knew when I was in there, this is maybe the best thing I will ever see in my whole life. I have knew this when I was in, and I could enjoy every second because I knew it. I watched out right to the sea, the opening roof, and to the Prince was a few meters beside of me playing. Once he talked to me, you know, because I was clapping the wrong way. Wait, no police, no police. No. Here I make a break because then I have to drive the real street. Watch now. And I swear you, this song with when it ends, he plays the guitar, you know, a solo. And he was older there, but I couldn't believe my eyes what I have seen there. And I have seen some of the biggest names in music, also some of the biggest guys with guitars. He was there on the stage, you know, he had his best band there, you know. John Blackwell on the drums also died, was a world famous drummer. And, you know, then he was there, played, and then he was lying on his knees. He bent his knees on the floor, completely flexible, and then he rushed his guitar. That was a moment, maybe the greatest I have seen in my whole entire life. I have it still there. That was, you stay there and you think, when you watch there, he's bending his knees, you know, the whole progression of that song. No photos, no videos. There was nothing allowed. You know, they had for 800 people, I would say 300 workers who only worked for that 800 people. And really there were guys in who were millionaires. But even those guys had to bring out the echo. They had to delete everything when they tried it, or they were kicked out, you know. And by Prince it was so, they said, when they are filming it, then he leaves the concert. But that was, there exists nothing on photo or video, nothing, you know. And when he then made this it was amazing until to this point, and then he was bending his knees. That was so unreal. I cannot tell you how unreal this was. I have seen the best guys in sport, some of the best, you know, also football, Didier Drogba, and on, world champions in tennis, #1 Grand Slam champions, and on, and musicians. But that thing was the greatest I have ever seen in my whole life. I will, if I would have this on video, you cannot imagine. That was, I cannot describe this in words, you know. I have see it in my eyes, you know. That was amazing, you know. The best thing ever. When you know you are there, was the most expensive concert of the year, you know. These are moments, you know, for that you live. And that was my time, you know. I traveled from there to there. I've known guys who known musicians, you know. And one time I had 2 girls by me. They lived by me. And at night I said, no, I don't want to go to the concert. And they went there and they have known the female musician. I will not name now the name of the musician, but they were hanging out because they have known her private, and they were hanging out in the tour bus after the concert, you know, with all the guys, and they made photos, and then later they came to me and slept by me and showed me all the photos after the concert, you know, in a tour bus and what they have done, you know. And I've met musicians, and wow, that was really cool, you know. Wow, you know, that was really, really amazing. You know, so musicians, and so really I was every week by another city. I traveled there. One time I was in Croatia, in Zagreb. We have seen the musicians. I had a girl by me. She has also known the musicians. It was a small venue. We talked with them. With the guy was back then in electronic genre famous. You know, also musicians were showing them greatness. You know. And a few days later I have seen them in Milano, in Italy. The full concert hall, all was full of people, you know. Then you saw, wow, 2 days ago you talked with them and now they're playing for thousands of people, you know. That was at Palasciab. Palasciab also didn't exist anymore. The concert venues in Milano, you know. Wow, there are a lot of things, you know. That is amazing. But now I have to drive the real street only a few meters. And then we're entering in the calisthenics park. I told along a video exactly that it is, and then we see if this park is empty or not, and yeah, then we do there the thing. Let's do it. So and now Canadian, French Canadian. You know, now we enter in. Wow, here if you watch now, bam, that is amazing. You know, there on you see the city where we came from. You know, that far away. And that we all drove now, but these are mini routes, you know. These are mini routes where you see all the houses, you know, in front, in the city, underground, you know, in the, you know, not now we are higher, this is under. And here is the park now. But these are mini routes, you know, outside. These are the closest outside courts to the city. And here is the nice calisthenics park. Now we have arrived, very beautiful thing. And we will see if there are people in. The only problem here is dogs, because there are a lot of people who drive with car here with their dogs, and then they have maybe no line. Then you have to jump on the calisthenic bar, you know, on the ladder. Oh. And you hear that? So, and then you see here, you see it's a kids' place. And after that is all new, you know. And there is back to the roots basketball court. There we enter in. There's a yacht club, you know, the Jam Club, and football, basketball, it's all here, you know. And now, kids school, all what is here? Cars, the basketball ring, table tennis. Bam, no one here, great. Nice weather and no one here, you know. So, there it is. Here is the Jam, right? This is a yacht club, you know. Or a thing like a yacht club, and you see it already, that is a relaxing place. I like to play basketball here. We made a few videos from here. And now the stones here. Wait, I have to go down from the bicycle. That is cool, you know, very cool. The calisthenics I like here very much, but here to drive, to train is too far, you know. But when I play basketball I make a few things, but that is not an own training. So back to the roots court. Here we are again. Table tennis. Here a small machine, you know, a tube in better words. And here is the small but great calisthenics park. For many it will be too small, or for more people. But to me, you know, this is great, because I would have all here what is needed. The height, the sizes are good. And here you have seen it before, you can watch through the city. From here you would not imagine, but under there you come to the city. And this mountain is one of I like very much. Watch out, very relaxing, you know. The football fields here. Wow, and that is cool, you know. And here come people, for example, with cars, then they walk with their dogs in there, you know. And here are not many people, I tell you that. Here you see a table tennis thing. What is it? We watch out. A 3-star giant dragon, super 40 millimeters. Back then they were bigger, smaller, you know. Nice sound, you know. And this floor is straight, you know. That is a floor which I like really. It is also soft, but it is straight, you know. The only thing is that we have here the stones in, you know. To bring the best ball is not the best option, but now it goes to calisthenics. You see, small tool, but this is perfect size, you know, from the height when I'm here, you know, because you can grab it. It's very good, you know. And also the width is very good, because you can damage your shoulder by dips when you have too high on. That is the baddest position for the shoulder, because you have not enough space in the joint, you know. And so this is perfect, fits all sizes, even if you are bigger, you know. And here also a great size, you know. When I go on there, I'm 180, and when I bend my hand, you know, I can reach it with the fingers. So it is perfect for normal sized people. Also girls who are smaller can do it here, and also bigger guys, then they have to put on their legs a bit. But great, you know, you have a small thing, but you can make pull up, pull up, pull up. You can make the ladder, even if it's small. You have here a tool, you know, and here you have another tool that is a little bit lower, also here. So for all sizes, you know. Of course, the material there you can discuss, some like this more or this, you know. When you are only doing calisthenics, then this is something important. When you do it every day almost, you know. But only sometimes, I don't care if this is this or that, even if the sun is on there, you know. It's also important, because people say then, well, that is too hot, here is no shadow, you know. Now an animal, go away, go away. And a very relaxing calisthenics park, you know. And that is one where I play. But basketball, to enjoy it here, especially in the morning, oh, that is very cool when the air is really fresh and a little bit colder, you know. Then very cool place. And yeah, and then you go there, make a few pull-ups, and there are coming also people in their break, you know, because there are a lot of workers who drive this route, and then they come here, go with their montage, with their working clothes here, make a few dips and pull-ups. I have seen that with weights on, you know, belted weight and weights, and then they train here, you know. But from the city there will no one drive extra here, because it is not that easy to reach. Ding dong, you hear the bells. Now we have it under the week. Ding dong. Yeah, and there is a football, another football, and there is another basketball court in there. But this is the new area. Yeah, and I think it is nice. They have made the best out of it, because, you know, it's really cool. And you can relax there. And on there is also a bench. Sometimes teenagers are on there. You know, then they shout there and this and that, you know, a little bit provocating or not, that depends. Yeah, here to relax. So you have a lot of sun here, because the sun is right now there. And when the sun goes up, you have a bit more thing. Now we have it around 2 o'clock, you know, after midday. And now it is really, the sun is burning here, you know. So better, you know, under the little bit earlier. Yeah, and this is the last spot what I wanted to show you. Then we have all together where I train. There are of course more places, especially outside, but this is a place where I'm doing a little bit, you know. And then we have it really all where I am, and you see I have enough space to train. All different variations, underground tunnels, especially in winter, overground, the stair training, a few calisthenics parks, and I don't need more. I have all what I need. My kettlebell by me, the bicycling, you know. Also you have seen now these are routes, you know, but that is not an own training. That is only here. I drive now here, but still it is a few hours to drive a bicycle, but there is no intensity in, only that you have done it. But still that also counts under the week, how many hours you drive bicycle, you know. But the main tours I drive extra, and that was nice. So from that nice out view, you know, we will see us again. So well, my friend, from Canada, next day, next video, we have to go on. Watch here at this famous gas station. Here we started once again. Last time we were between those houses in the mountains where you see, there we started it, and now we have to drive through these houses in the mountains. There is a village on. That is my next station where I have to drive, you know. That needs always, you know, day routes. I need a lot of hours a day. If you only have 3, 4, 5 hours, that is nothing with bicycle. But there we have to go, because there I also have trained, and that is what I once told, that the other Trimmdichtpfad is where the old wooden stations in the woods. There we will also go today because I will train there. There is a other thing what I have not shown until now. I will show you that. And there on in this village, you see, in the wide angle you will not see, but there is the hidden court, and a little bit on there they also have an old Trimmdichtpfad, you know. I don't know if it is still there. I think yes, but that was never a good one. That was very small, so a few stations. Maybe they have also changed it or built a great tool. I don't know. That was on since the early 90s, maybe 80s. Was the 80s style. And then we will see us. Now I drive until the end and then up. That is the entrance to Höttinger Höll, but I drive the normal route today. Yeah, and then after that, from that mountain, we have to go to the complete other mountain, you know. When we have finished this, we have to drive all this and then there, you know, this route. But we do it. So my friend, now we have arrived at the other side of the mountain where I've shown you, but we are at the beginning. Here is a nice park, but that is not a park what I want to show. But from here we have to drive upwards now. That is a longer route. Maybe you know the place. This is, you know, Höttinger Höll is only a few meters beside, you know. There we have the extended Höttinger Höll, you know. But today we drive the normal street, the regular street to the village, you know. There are two ways. The Höttinger Höll, the steepest part of World Championship in race cycling, was 28%. And then you can go to the woods, you know, but there are a lot of dogs without lines. Once I was attacked by one or by two, but one was more brave. And now this is the regular street, but still, you know, we have to move up now for 30 minutes, you know, around. And yeah, I show you other part. We measure it out, king of steepness. One of the steepest parts of the whole tour is also there. Wait, I have to be careful. But today is 1st May and here is National Day today, you know. All people have free and what was that? That does not work anymore. And today a lot of festivals. In every village is festival. Tradition, that means they have a big tree, but without the green, only the middle tree, you know, the wood. Here come buses, you know. Be careful. But you see, all upwards. The bus comes, so I have to watch out a bit. Whew. And they climbed those trees up, you know. But only the middle part of the tree. All other they have done away. And without shoes or with shoes. And who comes to the end has won, you know, that is tradition. And so also in the city are festivals, police, you know. So we have to wait. Oh, a shock, I saw the police, though it was the medical car. You know, yesterday, I don't know, 3 hours on the bicycle, but only to drive, you know, but still. And today now all upwards. And there where this green house is, there is the entrance to one of the steepest parts. Wow. I feel it, you know. Straight, no problem, could give really gas. But here now, first time, and it became more hot, you know. Means hot, not to me, but still is unused. 26 degrees now, and we all drove in winter by 1 degree, 2 degrees. The bus, shit. Now you will see how fast they are. 4. You see how less space there is, and that is the point, you know. I don't have to overpace, you know. Normally this route is easy to me. That is the warm-up round. But after 2 months, it could come in, you know. I told you, 3 weeks training. Whew. But the heat, you know, that is unused when the sun burns down to your head. I'm not used up to this. So here it is. Watch that thing. That is brutal, you know. The Schlerrengasse. Wait. Boah. When you watch this, how this, and the last part is the steepest. There, you see that? That is so brutal. And here, that is also steep, but that looks like straight, or when you watch that, and this, that is also steep. But here, and at the end, we drive now the round, and at the end we come on the regular street where this ends. This will be the short track. And then we measure it out, you know, how steep this is. And then I have to drive up without the camera, because there you have seen it. That gets more difficult between woods. And when we are on one of the nicest views to the city, and there is this old Trimmlichtpfad, you know. I will be watching out if it's still there, you know. They have a lot for bicycling, you know. Those trail thing. But there I'm not interested in, you know. All things what exist nowadays I'm not really interested in. But still I have my tools, you know. I play tennis, I can do table tennis, I do mountain biking, but to me mountain biking is to drive on asphalt to the borders or other countries. I like to skateboard, to inline skate, aggressive inline, ice hockey, inline hockey, fitness, street ball. So I have enough, you know. But now here it is a little bit better. Here we take the camera, that we make the round, then we measure it out, and then we see us on the hill on there. One of the most expensive villages here. But here I have to watch out of police. But you see, yeah. But very slow, because the last edge is steep also, you know. There is no, and watch out, what car comes behind. There you see, you don't see it now. They have problems that they can pass you, you know, because on the other side with the curves you don't see other cars. You know, but that it is, even if you know this would be only an easy part now, the relaxed part, now it is difficult. But with that you have to deal when you come back, you know. When others pass you and you think, oh, normally I would be so much quicker, you would not pass me, but now that will happen, you know. Whew. Wow, what is that for platform? You see that platform? What is that? Here we also came out, you know. Wow, that is one of the steepest, if not the steepest there. Also belongs to Extended Höttinger Höll. That is 35%, you know. So here is the Dörn, you see. And on there is this entrance with those steep parts. You know, normally, but here is a lot of shadow now in. You know, I also train because most people here especially say, well, it's too hot, this, that, blah, 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 you know, by 20 degrees they say, it's too hot, too hot, too hot. Yeah. They have short bands when it has 15 degrees. 10 degrees, you see people with short bands and t-shirts. But what are they doing when it has 40 plus degrees? Then they get a problem. And I also train for the heat, you know. But now I'm not trained for this, and that makes it very tough. You have to train for this, you know. That means you have to lay in the sun, but be careful, you know. The how it is called, the skin the skin doctors will be not happy. Sun cream, only a period of time, depends where you live. Australia, I would not recommend it. And then you go on 10 minutes, 15, 20, 30, how much you can. For me, you know, I lay on the sun on the balcony and then I get used up to this. And then at one point your body is used to, you're more brown. The head, when it burns, you don't get that quick a heat damage, you know what I mean. And then you are ready to drive also by the hottest things. And that is great, you know. And that I have to start now. You see? And then we have to drive to the other mountain. After that, tough, you know. There's always bam, 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 bam. The shadow is important now. And here it is, you know. Oh. So now, be surprised. Here you see the Schlangengasse. Here we will watch out. That is brutal steep, I tell you that. With one hand, almost impossible to drive up here. So in winter when it was icy, wow, that was tough. So wait. Watch this. Maybe you see that how steep this is. But that last part, you know, that is more steeper than the first. Now I take out my handy, my smartphone. We call it handy here. In the US and Canada, I think smartphone. And then I have to drive up. That was only the start now. But we have time, you know. And on there we see us when I'm completely wet. But that is the easiest way now to come on. Of course, you could drive with the drum. So here I have my smartphone. And now we check out the app. And then we have the degrees and not the percentage. Then we have to calculate it, how much degrees in percentage. So wait, where do we have it here? So now I'm surprised, you know, how much is it? Here you see the thing. It was 19 degrees, were around 35% steepness. Now we watch it out. I have to go a little bit more that you see that how steep. Oh, even if you walk here, that is, you see that. That is really, really tough, you know. Oh, even if I stand here, you think you fall backwards. Now let's watch. 14 do, you know. We go a little bit more down. 15 do, you see that? $14.4 here, a little bit more down here. 14.9, you see that? 14, here it is, 14.7. And we go on. So around 14.5 now. Even to walk here, tough. You feel that in the legs. That is brutal. I tell you that. And now here, 14.5, you know, you see? Wait, so 14.5. Now we check it out. Tough. Steilheit in German. Und wait, degrees and steepness with the left hand, you know, and percentage. So what do we have now? So we have to find a thing. There we have it, calculator. And now, be surprised, we go to the shadow that you see it. Wait. 14.5. Now we have it now. I don't know why. I have to go to my right hand quicker because I have given in something wrong. So wait. We go down to the floor. Prozent. What is degrees? Grad. Yeah, now I have it. Grad Rechner. Calculator. So here we have it. So these were 14.5. Calculate. I don't have it now. I have to watch out, you know. I have to watch out. I don't get it now. I have to go on. I don't know now where the calculator was. I had once a picture in, but we see us on there. Maybe then I know more. So my friend, no, I don't know how steep this is. I have everything shows the other thing. Even now, the other parts what I have told, I don't know if they are really that steep, you know. And that is the thing nowadays what I don't like. Everyone has the smartphone and digital, all digital, you know. On a bike they have everything on and they trust in everything what stands there. The calories, the distance, the speed, every time they watch on, you know. Then the Google Maps, you have to drive left, right, blah blah blah. Only digital, you know. The smart watches, you know, only watching, oh, the watch says I'm too fast, I'm too slow, oh my sleep is not good and this, that, blah blah blah. Now, you know, to me, I come from the 80s, you know, 80s and 90s. And when we drove back then, you have known is it steep or not, you know. I mean, I can tell you, this is steeper than the Höttinger Höll, you know. It's my feeling. I drive this every week normally, you know, every week. I don't know if other one drives it every week. And my feeling, when I tell you this is steeper, then you can believe me. And I know much more steeper parts than the Höttinger Höll, you know. And then it does not interest me if these are now 28, 29, 30, 27, 35. Uninteresting, you know. I also only know it because they have measured it out and there I trust when a world championship was and they say 28%, then I believe them. And when I drive such parts and I know this is steeper and harder than Höttinger Höll, then this has to be more steeper, then it does not interest me. You see, now I was 10 minutes only for that shit smartphone to hang out and watch and this and that for nothing. Otherwise I could drive. It's much more better nowadays. Put away all those digital things, you know. Listen to your ears, to your mind, enjoy the nature, and not only digital, you know. And now I drive on, and then we see us on. So my friend, now here it goes better. Really tough to me now, you know. I tell you the truth. Today it is really tough, but it is exactly that difficulty what I need now, you know. It's perfect. It is not too tough that you say I cannot make it, but it is tough, you know. But normally this route is the relaxed part to drive on, you know. Now a race cycler but with a gravel bike was passing me and thought, oh, here comes the jogging pant guy up there and he has to breathe, you know. Believe me, normally I would be quicker than this, but that was frustrating. You have to deal with that. He passes you, you know, and you have no chance. Normally that would be other, but now it is tough and slow. And I have the 13 kilo mountain bike. The 30-year-old is also damaged, but now I get the other one back, the 12 kilo 30-year-old bike. It is in repair, and then with that I have better ergonomics, you know, because here it is not fine for my elbow, and then that is better, you know. But you see, now is not much traffic because all of those festivals, the people don't drive to this village, you know. And here it's a climbing wall, you see that? I show you that here in the 90s, early 90s, the people climbed really a lot. Bam, watch. You see here you enter in and there this is a mountain to climb, you know. A natural mountain, and there were a lot of people but I don't know if you are allowed still or not. You know, I never climbed. And you see now the turn left, a little bit shadow, and when we are on, I tell you, wow, now my friend, we almost made it. Watch now, this is the end. There's long, wow, there's really long, you know. But you know, if you want to become good, you have to pass also this again, which is normally not tough to me, you know, that I used as a small warm-up round. But now I told you, but everyone who wants to become better have to pass those tests, you know. Even if you're out of the game, you have to do it again, you know. But you are much more quick in than someone who has never done it. They need years to come to this level, you know. Wow. Here I have to watch out because I drive to the walking way. Because here the cars, he is exactly behind of me. He cannot pass me because cars are coming. You see? But trampoline. Here you can jump from the roof to the trampoline for the free running Schlappen, you know. They make a back flip, a front flip. Tough, you know, tough. But perfect for this day. 3 weeks in preparation for this day now, the first tougher route. And that was perfect, you know. That is how you make it. Walk, wait until you are ill, when you have a, you know, like an influenza, that is not a joke. And then it is good, you know. And now we drive a steeper part, because here lived a friend. Here was almost every week in winter. One time my shoe was in the snow. It becomes steeper at the end, you know. Not that you wander left is steeper. No, here at the end it becomes steep. And my shoe was in the snow and I could not go out. And then a garbage car came and they helped me out, you know. And here we drove down all with skateboard. We seated, you know, we take a seat at the skateboard, not to stand, to seat, and rolled all the way down here. Wow, that was fun, you know. But with the big boards, you know. We had big skateboards, the 70, 80 style boards, you know. That was cool, you know. And there we played football outdoor, you know, in the woods, everywhere. So I know this village here very good. And here you have then one of the nicest views. Here you see they will build in a new house or whatever. I don't know. Maybe they build a calisthenics park. But now you can imagine why I don't train here. Because to come here is very tough, you know. And that was the easiest, the most easy route of those three what you can take. And here you see it. But here is shadow and then sun. And there to bring the kettlebell completely stupid, you know. When there someone tells you, hey, that is the training to drag the kettlebell down the hill, I believe me, they have never done this. When you do that, your joint in the elbow is over, you know. That brings nothing, it's completely stupidness. It's only that you say, hey, I've done it once, but it makes no sense for long-term training. And now here it starts. And then we are on with the nice view. And then we watch out. There you can drive up with the gondel, with the flying car on the ropes. How is this called? You know, you drive up, there you can ski. And there are, I would say, the most trail parks. And here is the entrance. Here I was going with my grandmother when she was almost 80 years, you know. With 80 years we moved up the Geologensteig. That is a tough way that is now closed because of danger. And she moved up here by once, no problem, with 80 years, you know. I always watched out, and we had stairs at home, always 2 etages, no lift, no elevator. And I think that helped so much that she was always staying fit. When you move that every day a few times, but now bicycle, you know. Now watch, almost arrived. And then we will see if this calisthenics park is here or not. It's not a Trimmlichtpfad, no calisthenics. There was a pull-up bar, but so small and so less things. But I trained here, you know. Whew. Whew. Now, almost here. You see, that was the steeper part. Now we arrive at the main street. But good, you know. Good. That helped a lot now. Now the main street is not that steep anymore. Now we have the view. Here you're not allowed to enter in, but here we made a nice video start of a basketball comparison. I think it was one time the DRV Pro, the DRV VR Pro, the Echo, with the normal DRV, the End Game, which is the best rubber ball we made here at Eden Court. But wow, here I think it is better to show you, but because on the platform will be many people. 1, 2, one of the best views of the whole city. Bam! Now watch. Ooh, beautiful, or? So now we go to the platform. Wait. Oh. Whew. So then we check it out. Whew. So I thought I know this guy, you know, had the same voice. So we go on. Now how many people are there? Have they also a May festival, you know? But I don't hear many people. That is good. That is a kindergarten. What a nice place, or that building, kindergarten. There you can be happy if you're in. But newer people would say, wow, what is that for old thing? And I say, wow, is that beautiful, you know? That is nice. So, platform with the damaged bicycle. You see that it's not straight here. This and this, that always turns when I drive. You can make it hard as you can, but that helps now. It's not straight. So, wow, now we have arrived the platform. Not many people. You see? Now we drive there on. Then I can show you where we came from. Once again, always when we are here, we have to go to the platform. Back in the days, that was the other platform. But also cameras, you know, because you need everywhere digital things, you know. Ooh. And here you see, this is the drum, you see? Very steep. Those stairs, you see them? They would be perfect, but you are not allowed, you know. That is the thing. And now, 1, 2, bam, here we have it. What a nice view, or? And on the other hill there is the Bergisel, the ski jumping. You see that there? There we were. When was it? A few days ago. When you drive in this mountain to the end, there you come to the most special court to Italy, you know, where we drove. Now, the drum, you see? But this drives underground, you know. In the 90s we had it overground at the park side, you know. That was nicer than now. And when you watch here, that all to the mountain, to the end, there we drove all by bicycle, you know. That is so far. You see, yeah, almost in the middle, behind, there is Stonewall Court, you know. But now are more people here. But you see, that is very nice. And you see, that is the tourist attraction. And with that futuristic building, I like it, you know. There is Christmas market in winter. We were also here. It's a nice winter market. Wow, when you drive up Höttinger Höll by 1 degree, you know, and the steep part, and then you come here. Wow, that is nice. But there you have to be in a hurry that you come back, because you have seen this street is dangerous with the cars, especially when it's slippery and at night when they don't see you. Oh. But now you have made this, and now now many people come, you see. That changes quickly here, you know. Because here you can drive up with the other one, but that is on the ropes, you know, hanging on the ropes. And now we drive in, I have to search it. I don't know exactly where it was, but we will find it. And here you see it. You can also, I one time moved up there by my feet. Wow, shit. I have the wrong, wait. Quick, that we don't damage the bicycle again. Yes. Whew. And here you see those ropes. This is the overground tram. Wow, scary when it is windy, then it is shaking. When you drive up to the last, I'll show you that. Because you have two stations here. One, from here you see, we have made it perfect. Now it drives. Wow. The cable railway, you see? Here it stands. Now it starts. And this house, I don't know my finger now. There is the end, but you can also drive to the last point. There I also was in the early 90s, you know, 1990. Now you see, that is cool, or they're also filming me. That is cool. But when you are in, you have no escape, you have to go up to the last point. And I was on the last edge, you know, not on that. That is the main, almost everyone drives here. You can sit out, and then the last one. And there I was with my grandmother, and the heavy weather came, you know, the lights. And I thought, no, I want to go to the, how is it called, the Kreuz, I don't know. And then it was too dangerous, you know. Well, that was cool, you know. One time by skiing on there, I had a ski on, and I was in the elevator overground, and then the ski was falling down to the people, but no one was hit, you know. So, but now where was this Calisthenicsburg? I think, yeah, I can remember. I also moved there with ding dong, every time our ding dong, you know. But here the problem is they have now all trails, and I hate the trails because I don't like them, you know. But we watch out because they have, you know, extra build where they only can do this and that. To me, nature is for everyone, you know, and I give a shit when you are not allowed. Yeah, I don't do it, but you know what I mean, the meaning of that. When you build only to pay, to make this and that, only for that people and that, you know, nature is nature, and it's for everyone. But when I was on there, one time I moved again with my grandmother. And then it was winter. Hey, we were there in winter, exactly. There was snowing, can you imagine? There's steep things by snow. And then we moved to this. That was the last time I was at that calisthenics place. That was 2008, 9 around. Because to come here, you know, then I had those allergy, you know, with the grass, and really I had so bad times that I didn't know how to sleep, and so to move here was not a good idea. But now you see, I think it was exactly on there, but there we have to watch out now. There come the bicycles. I think it was here. We will check it out. There is still this old wood, you know, the pull-up bar. Wow. Then we have to drive to the other mountain, you know. Then you know I need a whole day to pass all this. But where was that, you know? It's changed a lot because they built so much for these trail bicycles. Wow. Yeah, here it has to be, you know. There were a few wooden stations, but sometimes I drained here, you know, but very less. But still we have to count it as a park because I was there. Watch now. Hello. So maybe we have done all for nothing. But then it was a nice tour with the bicycle, you know. And on the other side, you know, there, that is the better park to train, you know. I've shown you that once, from the atmosphere, from the things to train. You see here is only stone, and with bicycle always stupid, you know. Tough. Shaking, you know, because I have to hold my other hand. But you know, here it was, I remember that now. But I only used here the pull-up bar. They had a wooden ladder and a pull-up bar from wood, but even back then in the 2000s, early, I was here to 4 to 3 to 2 around, and even there it was so old. I think it will not be here anymore, but we check it out. Hello. So the echo was over. It was overheating, that was the problem, not out. But I see it is still here, you know, still there. Unbelievable. But I had it wrong in my head. They are not wooden bars, they were yellow, you know. That I had really wrong in my head. And I have a picture from there, I don't know, 2008, when I was here training. And this is still the same here. Those yellow bars at the end, it is wood. This is new, you know. And here it is. Wow. That calisthenics park. For that you come all this route here, you know. Wow. Only for that, you know. But in the 90s, that was a cool thing. Real bars, you know, because normally you had only wooden bars. And here were the other, I can remember it now. And that you thought, wow, they have real bars here. You know, now I have it again. But watch, this is it. For that we came here. Nowadays people would say, what is that for shit? For that you come up. But with that view, but I show you that. Here I trained, you know. Here I made the pull-ups. And, shit. So, you see that? That is the part of it. The small one, the higher one, and here. I think I always made it here when I'm right. And a few times, you know. And here you see this old Primnich part, you know, the station. They have the exercise for the abs, you know. But there were not many other exercises, you know. We can watch out, but I think I only used that tool, you know, and that it was. For that you come all up. But now, you know, we go on and make other thing, but I wanted to drive now exactly on the other side of the hill. There is a castle. But now I have no time anymore, you know. I have to go home and work. Shit, you know. And so I have to drive tomorrow again and hope that the weather is good. Because, you know, 3, 4, 5 hours is nothing, you know. That is really nothing when you move those ways, you know. There it is, you know. So, but, you know, I cannot remember that there were other obstacles, or I don't have used them, you know. But yeah, here you see Fit 2000, it was called here to jump, but there is no platform anymore, you know. There is nothing, you see that? That is really, maybe we find some, I think, let me think. There was one on the right side, I think, to balance when I'm right. but we have to search those pictures. Here, you see that? Here on, there is another one, you see it? There is a white, you see that? I have to go on, I don't see it from here. But with the bicycle on this floor, you know. Here, yeah, here is the next one. Here you had to enter in, you see? Yeah, and therein is the next. But here, you know, be careful because there are all those Zecken, you know. I don't go to the grass, you know. Yeah, and in there you see it. Yeah, here you see there is a station in. Exactly that what I mean. There is a white and there is to balance or what this was. But you see it's all old, you know. That was yeah old in the middle 2000s when I was here. You have thought, wow, this old thing, you know. And now, 20 years later, still there. And yeah, they have nothing done, you know. And yeah, we had to go in, but I don't like it to walk there, you know. There is no way anymore. Yeah, I was not often there, but I've also trained in there, you know. Now it comes to my mind that is often when you have it all in your head, and when you come back, then you say, well, now I can remember, you know. But yeah, there was only the entrance. We will check it out. Now bicycling comes. So. So. We tried at the first encounter, the first entrance, if this was possible or not. And then you have seen also this park where I've trained, but very, very seldom, because I had much more other options, you know. There you trained only when you walked up, you know. But it was a training route of me, but the wooden path where you walk, you know, to this village. There every week I walked there, winter and summer. And every week I walked the Höttinger Höll, you know. Yeah, here was the entrance, but, you know, I don't like it because, you know, I have no vaccination for the Zecken, you know. So here is all that is stupid, you know. And so, yeah. But now, you see a doggy, and of course no line. That is what I told you always. But this is a brave, a nice doggy. I see it from here. And then now, because I cannot film the castle, because that needs time, what I want to show you there is also in the castle, you know. There's a nice park. I've never shown that, because their filming is not allowed for public, but I can do something. And you see, it's damaged, the picture, yeah. That old it is. Yeah. And now we go to Höttinger Höll. We drive to the Gramart, where the end is, and then I measure it up with the smartphone, because then we have a comparison. The steepest part of Höttinger Höll, how many degrees these are against the other parts. We had it, what was the heaviest? 19.5, or we had, yeah, 19 we had it. And then we checked this out, you know. And then we see the difference. You know, I'm very interested now. Let's do it. So now we are at the middle point of the village. This is the only street here, and here we come to Gramart, that it is called. And there is then the end of the Höttinger Höll, the steepest part, and I will drive it down there and we measure it out. But here we pass our hidden court, the basketball court, you know. There I drive always up. And here I play basketball, you know, because by basketball I can adjust to it, you know, how much I want to play or how hard. And yeah, that is one of my favorite courts, you know. Here you can learn to dunk. Someone has put it in private, I don't know. Very cool. Good ring, you know. But you see, there is shadow, there is sun. You have a closed environment. The ball cannot fall out. A smoother, yeah, a little bit smoother asphalt here, and here the roughest, and a very cool place. And that is the only street here, and there are only bicycles, or you know, the trail bicycles. people who walk, who run, or who live here, you know. And on Saturday, Sunday, they sit in the green field that is famous here. There you can relax and sit, you know. And there was back in the days a mini golf court, €2, you know, €2. And now it will pay 6, 7, 8 euro, you know. But it's not here anymore. The mini golf was very cool. You have good ice cream there. And where we drive now, that I moved also in the early 90s. We were always here in summer, you know. I moved this. And here is the tennis club. But there I never played. And there they will build this $1 million project. New fire station, new tennis courts, and new basketball court. Then they will put this court away. But they have said they will start in, I don't know, 2024, 5. But nothing happened. And so we check out now. But I was here a few weeks ago. Often, you know, when we drove Hottinger Hill. But that part I never filmed then, but nothing has changed here, you know. So maybe no money anymore. And also now, no, there is nothing. They don't start to build something. But very cool tennis courts now. And here is only straight, little bit downwards. You see the cars. Ah, here is a small bugger, you know. But with that you will not build here a $1 million project. Ah, wait. We have to... Yeah. Where do we see something? Here. So, it's called the Hungerburg, you know. You see here are the tennis courts under this bush. And you have a nice view, you know. Now we can make it from when I go down a little bit, you know. Then we can check it out to play tennis, you know. Because here you can move down, but we will see if we can watch in or not. And here it is very relaxing, you see. Here the drum comes in front. You see it now, wait. Now it comes. Yeah, and these are the only houses here. Here we can move down. And here we see a bit, but yeah, I have to turn my... Yeah. Oh. I let it here, my bicycle. Wait. Hallo.
Dankeschön.
Bitte. So. Stay. There it stays. You know, and here you see it, the tennis courts. You know, watch out. Wow, now I get the allergy again. Here you see it. What a nice place, wow, with the outfield with the ski jumping place, you see there? That is a cool thing, huh? Wow, that is nice. Here you have the tennis wall, you know. And here, beautiful, or really beautiful. And here you come to Italy, you know. You see that last mountain on there? Behind of those, there we drove with bicycle. The most, no, not the most far away court, but one of them, you know. But only up, you know. The highest court of them all. 1,374 meters, I think now, you know. The Madame Court, most special court of them all, you know. Italy. Yeah, and here I've seen that. Now we drive to Gramart. And you see there's also a part when you want to train, you have to pass all of those stations, you know, to come there. Oh no. And you see the friendly people. Here the people, they greet you, you know. So, now we are back. Yeah. So. Now we drive to Gramart. And there it is still the same like in the 90s, you know. And then the Hottinger Hill. I really want to know how steep this is now, you know. That we see, because then we have the absolute comparison on the, you know. I have read a lot how to measure out steepness. That is not that easy, you know. because you need a longer distance and this and that, and you know. But when you have the same app on the smartphone, I don't know how steep then it is, but then I know this is steeper or not because the handy shows you that. And then we know it. But how steep it really is, you know, does not interest me really, you know. I know it is brutal steep. Here it goes a little bit upwards. I was here walking. I remember exactly the day when the Eurovision Song Contest was. You know, that is very it was very, very famous here in Europe. The biggest live event song contest, you know. The group of ABBA and others were there back in the days. And I was moving here with my granddad and grandmother, and we talked a bit. And that was in 2003 when Tattoo, the Russian girls, were entering in. Was it 2-3 or 2-4? I think that I don't know now. 2-3 or 4. When they entered in the Eurovision Song Contest, where the officials said, well, if they do something bad, they will cut it out. But this is a live event, you know. Nowadays, live events like football, for example, I think the Super Bowl is always 15 seconds behind, you know, when you see it on television. Why? I think that was because of Justin Timberlake with Janet Jackson when that happened. And since then, I think, when I'm right now, they have 15 seconds time. If something bad happens, what they don't want in the television, then they have time to say boom, cut, and you will not see it, even if you think it is a live thing, but you don't see it completely live, you know. And here you see those stones, and there were wooden bars, and there I trained my balance when I was in the early 90s, you know. Balance was a cool part here. Yeah, and here we discussed then because many thought they cannot sing, you know, Tattoo. And then I said, yeah, by Eurovision you will see that they sing live, because that is a live organization from the singing, not playing but singing. So, and now we are almost here, you know, a little bit upwards. So now you will see those wooden bars. And then I'm very surprised how steep the handy shows the Hüttinger Hill. Again upwards. You see, these are those old houses. But the wooden bars are away. They are not here anymore. Hello. You see that? And here, this wood, there were bars really like a tree that round, and there you could balance on, and stones, and that was a cool thing, you know. But now they are not here anymore. Last year I think I've seen them, but now they are away. Now normally there are many people. Today, you know, is a national day, all have free. Normally it should be packed full of people. And then we are here by the Hüttinger Höhe. Wow, now I'm very high. Here is one of the last wooden bars. That is a cool thing that you also would like. Well, I remember that always, if you can balance all of them to jump to the next one, there were a lot of them. You see that? They are cool, you know. But of course, parkour people nowadays, for them that is completely easy. But back in the days, you know, the people didn't do parkour in the early 90s or late 80s, you know. The name parkour you didn't know. And who tried such a thing? A grown up would not try that. Maybe kids, you know. And that was tough because you had no... Nowadays you have all gyms everywhere around, you can train that stuff. Then it becomes more easy, you know. Teachers, trainers, but back then you tried it once when you were there and that it was, you know. And you had no films to watch on YouTube, you know. So now we are here, we will see. You know, they're also eating ice. That is very relaxing, but normally many people, you have heard it, no hand before, you know, that is always the thing what I don't like. And here you can go, back then you get a great ice, you know, to eat. That was nice. Come here, relax, sit here to eat an ice cream, you know, in the gas garden. And in there was the mini golf, you know, here was the mini golf course. The house is still the same. I show you a picture, I've once showed it. Watch exactly here. And have you seen it now, the picture, the mini golf? Here was the entrance, and now that is only empty, you know. That was an old man who has done this. Here you could enter in and it was €2, you know. Yeah, that was very cool. And here we are, this is the Grammart. From here on you can travel until to the airport. I have done this every week here. And here you see the people are sitting, you see them enjoying, and they are making their, when they eat, you know, they cook something where they burn it, you know, you see the smoke in the air. Yeah, in the wide angle you will not see it. Yeah, and they are relaxing, and sometimes this is fully packed, you know. People can play football here, the kids can shout how loud they want, and yeah, it's a cool thing. And that is always the end part. Now we are at Höttingerhöll. This is now Höttingerhöll. Here you come out, and that is the steepest, longest route from all. Yeah, there are steeper parts, you know, but they are smaller ones. They are steeper, but this is the longest of them all, and that is now the course, the steepest part of the World Championship in race cycling. 2018, the best drivers in the world were here. And this was from the whole route in the federal state the steepest part, and they have measured it out. And for World Championship in that category, there where the whole city was closed for bicycling. You could never walk, the streets were closed, and they have said 28%, you know. But now I feel the allergy. Shit. I don't. Now they have watched what I have here, you know. So. And wow, this is all. Wait, I have to go to my. I have got something in my eyes that burns now. Shit. Shit, what is that? Wait, now I have to. You see that? Wow, burns. And here is this steep part, you know, that is the steepest of all. From here on, wow, something I got in my eyes, you see that? Wow. Completely. No, a car, wow, that is heavy. You know, because that is the short track, and some drive here because you are quicker than the normal route and they go to the Grammart, you know. But here we have to measure it out, and then we will see it now. Wow. And here the people are standing when the races are. They have costumes on, you know, and shout to the bicyclers, and that is tough, you know. So I have to lay down my bicycle here. We were in winter here, in summer. And then I looked that I come down because of the allergy, you know. Because now it starts in May, in May, June, and half of the month of July. There I get it. Wow, now this running, you know. But handy, smartphone, Where are you? Wow. How much will it be? Wow. Now we check it out. Wow. You seen that? Slipping out. That helps the skateboarding, you know. Without skateboarding you would fall down. So, steepness. That part here is the steepest. And now what shows it? What does it show it now? Watch now, 13.4, 13.2. You see that? But wait, maybe have we done it the other way? Yeah, it's the same 15, you see? 15. But we had it 19.5 on all our parts. Can you remember that? We had it 19.5 at all our parts. And now you see what I mean. These are the degrees, you know, not the percentage. Watch, 14.4. I don't know if you see it now. Wait, from here you will see it. 14, third, wait, we have to go this. 14.2, 14.3. You know, we go a bit more down. And on the other tracks where I've shown you, where I've told, there are steeper, you know, I know it from my feeling. And this is the toughest, steepest part, you know. 15.4, you see? 15.4, here it is 14. We have always 15.9, you know. But the other one was really, you have to watch now, I'm stupid, but it was 19, you know. And here, we go to this side from here. 13.5, yeah, and that is the steepest thing. We go to the left. And when I watch back, you know, the other thing we had it, I think now, really, it was not 15, it was 19, or I will check it out and I show you that. Here, once again, 15.6, you know, 15.6. But I will check it out now on my smartphone and then I tell it. Now watch, my friend. You see it? 19.1. 19.1, we had it on the other track. That was by the Boulderwürfel, you know, the video. 19.1 it was. And then you see that the other parts are steeper than the Höttinger Höll, you know. I know it from feeling. I'm not interested in percentage or, you know, and the people here only say Höttinger Höll, you know. Steepest part, no. The longest, but not the steepest, you know. The other ones, they are tough. And why do I know that? When you always drive with a normal bicycle, there are some parts where you fall backwards, you know, depends on the bicycle. But here, I never had the problem, you know. And other parts are much steeper, and there you will really fall backwards. And so here we have it. It is proven. The Höttinger Höll is not the steepest, you know. Not the steepest. And that it is, you know. Sometimes think with your mind and not only digital, this, that, you know. I know it, when you drive it, you know that, you know. And now we have also done this. And now I go down. And then we see us tomorrow. I drive to the castle. And there I have trained much more. I have shown you once the park, but I will train tomorrow then there. I wanted to make it today. And then I show you other thing in the castle where I trained. If it's still there, I don't know. We will see that. We see us. Wait. You will see now the next day. So my friends, same day we go still on, because I drive now one of the toughest routes, because underground in the city there are the festivals, music, police, all. And now I make another route, and here is one of the toughest. You know, it also belongs extended Höttinger Höll. That I have not shown now, you know, this route, but that is brutal, you know. We will see if I can do it, because I have a good feeling. Bam. And here we enter in. And I tell you also why I don't like those trail parks, you know, because that is extra built in nature, and I don't think it's good. Of course they can build some. Oh wait, I have the wrong thing in. Wait. Wow. 1, 2, 1, 2. So now I have it. You know what I mean? They damage all the woods in there, and that is not good. And for example, now there were coming 2 bicyclists with an e-motor, you know, an e-motor, and drove up Höttinger Höll very relaxed by talking, you know. Didn't greet, yeah, because normally when you know someone drives up there, you greet, you know. You have to respect because you know how hard this is. And those people drive with their motors on and then they are very proud. Many and say, boah, we have done Höttinger Höll, yeah, with a motor. That is, you know, like kindergarten. And so, yeah. But now, that is now a tough round, I tell you that. We will see if I do it today. That is steep, one of the toughest of all. And after that you enter in Höttinger Höll after 6 hours, you know. That is a brutal thing, you know. Here is the end, you know. It's only small. But it goes, you know. It's very good. Good feeling. Wow, here it is tough. My front wheel. That is tough. But way better than expected. Ding dong. Ding dong. I measure it out here. You hear the loudspeakers from the city. But I have no time to go to the castle. Here the last part. How steep is this? Maybe steeper than Höttinger Höll, or even the same, I would say. And then we drive another part, which is a little bit longer. Wait. So we measure it out that we have here also the numbers. Small, but you know, now when you have done, we have driven to the village, few hours now on the way, but when you have done all steep parts after 5-6 hours, then this is brutal, I tell you that. Here is the steepest, 14.5 Höttinger Höll was now. 16.59, you see that? Steeper, 15.6, steeper than Höttinger Höll. You know, this last part. And I've told you here, 15.4. Because here my front wheel comes off, and at Höttinger Höll that does not happen to me, you know. And there you have the feeling that you know this is steeper. But this is only a short track. Höttinger Höll is very long, you know. That is the other thing. But I'll go down and then we see us at the next round. So now my friend, we have arrived. Last part of this day. You will see then the next day also. But to me this is the last part for today. An absolutely brutal round. That is absolutely tough, you know. In Italy, there we have the steepest street of them all for bicyclists, you know, that is famous. That is where the best of the best drive there. But now you are welcome, in our absolutely brutal round. I hope I can do it. And now we enter in. So, privet, you know. Privet. Now here it is a bit relaxing and then it goes on. Privet, privet, je m'appelle Patrick. You know, io sono 39 anni, buongiorno. Che cosa avete da mangiare? I'm hungry. Alles klar? Alles klar? So here we go now. Now it starts. That will get tough now. Here you have to lean so much forward, all your weight forward, you know. That is tough. You see, that is what I love. That is training. I've seen another e-bikers driving up the mountain, you know. Young, fresh, healthy. That is brutal. That is steeper than Höttinger Höll. Lean forward. That is so tough. Wow. Wow, lean forward. The wheel comes off. Ah. Wow, watch. Ah. Wow. Whew. Whew. Kim. Oh. Wow, das ist zart. Oh, what a legs, you know. That you can be proud of. 40 years old. 39 and 10 months, whatever. The other ones with 25 drive up with a motor and say that was tough. Wow, can I do it? Wow, that is tough. One of the toughest routes in the whole city here. Whew. The legs are the problem. The air goes. Wow. That is training, you know. Whew. That is a fight. While on there. Wow. Whew. Wow, that is brutal. Boah, scheiße. Forward. Lean forward. Oh. That is a fight, you know. But you give up only a ladder, not the training. Kim. Wow. Ich schaffe. Oh, lean forward. Wow. Kim. Done. Done. For das war zart. Brutal. But we don't fail her. Here is the end, you see. And I tell you, that is so much steeper than Hüttinger Hill. We measure it out. There you can be proud of, you know. And that tool, my friend and friends, that come after 6-7 hours around. And then you enter in Hüttinger Hill. That is steep, you know. Now I measure it out. You know, 14.5 the Hüttinger Hill and 19.5 the other side on the Boulderwürfel. And here, how steep do we have it here? That was tough. So 73, 16. Now they walk up. 15.3 here. 15.9. You see that here when you make the round. 13.4, yeah. Here. 15.4. 22. You know, that is tough. Now it's yes, at the next day you will see it now. So my friend, we are still here to go down from my bicycle because on my way home, the allergy, you know. On my way home, there is the steepest street from all what I drive, you know. And I drive only the steepest parts, and that is the steepest of them all. With one other, but that is not a real street. That is only a little bit, but that is almost the same than here. You know, if it is a little bit more or less, these two are the steepest. But here is an official one. Watch, here he goes on. But here this is the normal part. That is also steep, and on there where the house is, there the real street starts. That is so brutal. That is really, you know, that is, in words I cannot tell you this. And when you come here after hours, even alone to drive up this, many people will failure. Race cyclers not, but even they have tough time here. Because so steep streets, race cyclers are not used to, and that is brutal. Now watch. Hey, when I tell you, when you see that street, you have to be here live, you know. You will not believe that, how steep that is. You know, I know in Italy there is the steepest street of them all. That is in the near of Bolzano, or in the near of the Gardasee. In that sense, there often was. But that tool, we go on, and there I measure it out, but I have to leave my bicycle here, because here I have no chance. Then we have this also, I have measured it out once. Wait, stay, yeah. You know, even this is steep, you know. You think that is normal, no, it's steep. But this tool, boom, you know. That is now, wow, to drive up this, that turn, there you have to lean so much forward, otherwise you will fall backwards, you know. Wow. So I bring out my smartphone and we measure it out once again. That is, you know, exactly here. I cannot describe in words. I have made a picture here, I will show you that. Over a decade ago. Watch now, you see that.
I'm not picking sides. I got money on my mind. I'm not gonna sit here waste your time. No.
That is so brutal. Wow, wait, my smartphone. So once again, smartphone. And here we drove today on the real street where I said here we come out by stairs. That is this. And now here we have our app again, the same. And now this turn I always drive it left, you know. And so you check it out. 18.5, 18.4, you see that? 18.9, you see? That is tough. 19.1, you see? 18.2, that is brutal, you know. That is absolutely brutal. 19.1, a little bit more down. 18.2, and when you come up this tool, you know, 18.7 here, wow, 18.7, you see that, and that goes on. Wow, well, now a little bit blurry from the standing up. Wow. Here 59, that is brutal, you know. That is absolutely brutal, because from here it starts, you know. There is not only 1 meter. Oh. Brutal. And here you see the ski jumping. Now I drive home and you will see me now on the next day. Summer friend from Canada. Here is also a park, but watch. There is a very long street, only upwards, also upwards. And you see? Only in the woods, and here he goes on, you know, to the woods. And you would not imagine, really, that is very long and very steep, only upwards, and there is nothing. It's not only 1-2 meters, that is longer, you know. And then, out of nowhere, they have built in here a new calisthenics park. But there I have never trained, because to drive up here is tough, you know, with the bicycle. Here is no parking. There is tennis a little bit down under, you know, and then you move in and you get a complete new calisthenics park, you know. But you can imagine, no one here. Saturday afternoon, now the sun is out, but no one here, you know. And you see, here it is. Unbelievable, or? So that is an idea to build here an extra built calisthenics park. Very great, or? So very big. And you see that is the same like in the other woods. You will see that with the natural thing, you know, they have the same height. I think it is pretty cool and pretty nice. But here, you know, I've never trained here, but I don't think that there are coming many people. And now there are coming people, unbelievable, or? But here it's really tough to reach it because there is no parking, there is no house, there is nothing, you know. But very cool. That is the thing what I like in the mountains, you know. You come here when you know, for the relaxed part, bicycling tour, you know, then the heartbeat is up. It's outside of the city, you know, important, outside. And then you can make here a training session, but then you are a little bit over, you know. That is the thing. And then we have to go to our bicycle. And yeah, but you know, the woods, they have made it really nice with the thing. And that is cool, you know. That is pretty cool. But you know, for sure that costs a lot of money, you know. And who comes to the idea, that is my thing, to build here the park, you know. Hello. That is the thing, you know. So now we move on. Then you will see the other parks. Hello. So wait. Hello.
Hello.
So here are our bicycle. But you have seen our people here. But I think those who walk here, you know, there are a lot of walking ways in the trees, you know. And hey, you see that I have never seen. Forstmeiler. You see that were the old things. But here, you know, I've never trained. I moved here, you know, or drove here, but here I never was in, you know. It's not my area where I was in the later, back in the years, you know. But now we go on. So my friend, now we are at the other place. I show you something where it would be great to train. But there I don't train, but I have to show you. But to come up, one of the steepest parts, you know, the entrance to Brennero. When I drive to Italy, this is the entrance, the steep part, and that we measure out now. But where to put my bicycle, that is also a brutal thing. And when you have reached that, I will tell you something. Watch. When you watch now, from here and down. Wow. How many degrees are this? I have my smartphone here, and don't wonder, the winter has come back now. Now it has become cold again. Wait. Here comes someone. Wow. 12, you know, 12 degrees. But I show it from here. 15.5, you know, that means steeper than the Höttinger Höll. Around, you know. That is very tough, but I have now to hold my bicycle, you know, with the thing. And now we go on. That is also steep. Wait, wow. Watch out for this. You see, the last part is also very, very steep. And here you see, so that was only not completely exact, you know, 14.5, 15.5 around. But on there we will see, and then I show you a place. But then you can imagine why I don't go there. Would be nice with the kettlebell, but to bring here the kettlebell, impossible, you know. Normally I do it with the city bike, where I can put in the kettlebell, and in a backpack that makes no sense, you know. And so steep parts, there you are finished. When you arrive, then you don't have to make a hard training session, you know. You cannot do a hard training session. Here, this is the last spot. Now we go up, and then when you have done this normally, then comes the route to our most special court, the Madame Court. And there you have to drive another 3 hours only upwards, you know. Here we have a big thing, but I can remember that I was in there because here we made the garbage, you know. Always carry when the big truck has to stop here in winter, you know. Wow. So here starts the steep part. We measure it out. I would also say 14, yeah, 14.5 around. But we will see, but I have to make it in this way. Otherwise, I cannot show you. No, that is not good. I have to make it this way. A little bit more on. Wait. It's not the best way now. 13. We go a little bit up. We watch again. 12 degrees, you know. These are around, I have to lie now, 25 steepness around that, I would say now from my feeling. Here, yeah, also around 12. Whew. And it became cold, you know. 5 degrees in the morning, every day rain. 12.5. Yeah, and that is the feeling, because here the Höttinger Höll is a little bit tougher, you know. The steepest part with 28%. 12 degrees, you know, not percent, degrees. Yeah. One more time here that we have all. Yeah, 12.5. So 12 degrees around. And now we have to cross the thing. But that is a long part, you know. That is long. And in the middle passage a bit steeper than the end. That makes it difficult, especially when you have driven a long time. Or now it gets steep, but only a little bit. And here you drive to Italy. That is all on the same street. It is the Brennero Street, you know. The road to Brennero. 1,370 meter high. And you know, the last time we were on the other side of the mountain, on the village, you know, with the platform. And here you drive upwards. You know, the highest street ball court where I play, 1,370 meter high. That means 80% you drive now only upwards in those 3 hours. In the last part by the Lueg Bridge, not Luegen Street, there we were the last time, by the Lueg Bridge. There is the steepest part, then to Brennero. And here you have to enter in the hard road, you know. And that is also a route. Wow. And all on the same street, you know. From that street you drive until to Italy. That is the old Bundesstraße. Wow, my handy, my smartphone. But now I will show you the other thing. Very cool, very nice. Don't be afraid of height. I am. Also a reason why I don't train there, but you will see that. Let's go there. So my friend, now we enter in. I have to take off my thing because there is other thing. So from here, now this is the entrance where we have to go. Very spectacular, but I will tell you, this place maybe more tourists know than the people who live here. Because people who lives here normally never comes here and don't know the place because you don't see it from the city. So you have to be a bicycler or to work here or to be a traveler, then you will know it. But here we have to pass in, there are 2 ways, you know. And I put off my thing because of the dogs, because exactly here also dog, no line, you know. 20 meters in front, don't see a people, dog comes to you, and they don't like this over this overall thing, you know. I don't know why. And here, you know, gets steep up, but that is a great thing. You will see that what is there to train, to me to train, you know, important. But here is no winter. They don't make anything here in winter. You have to be careful. So you see, attention. Here are passenger walkers, in that way, walkers. But now we have to go up, you know, and we have to watch out here to train, you know. Is not the best way, you know. You see, I came out of brief. You see, here is danger, blasting area. You see, that is the thing. So have you seen it? I don't know if I was enough. That means you hear it, beep. But it was not from here. But these are places where I normally don't like to train, you know, to come up. Then you never know what people are here, you know. That is all the thing. It makes no sense, you know. You have to push yourself in the training and not on the way up for the training, you know. It is hard enough to come to the stairs with the kettlebell that you don't lose energy, that you can make the tough thing. And now I push it up. And here you know, you never know on the edge if there's coming a dog. And here you know it. They almost never have a line. That is the thing. So now you see, here we have a nice thing. Remedios Weg, Il Camino di San Remedio, you know. And here you have a bench. But tough, you know. But I have to show you this and also the entrance, that you can imagine why not to train here, you know. That is the thing. Walk, 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 you know. We have to go a little bit, you know. But us nothing make. Now it is a bit straight, you know. You see the stones, here you can jump. And you see what comes here, you know. You see it, the platform, the big platform on there. Our ski jumping thing, you know. Here, sculpture. You see different ways. Move up. And now down. All those little stones, you know. Could drive, but no helmet, you know, and the camera, stupid idea. Then we have to move all up again. And here on the other side, you know, there is the Brennerö Street, where you drive to Brennerö, to the most special court of them all, Madame Court, you know. So here, passengers, you know, there are really more tourists, but today is not the best weather, you know. It became cold, now it starts to rain, and they all come from the other side, you know. Because on the other side, there you enter in, you know. That is the thing. Hello. So now we go on, you know. But that is a thing to me it is always good when you have a few people on a track, because I was moving a lot of times back in the days, and also when I traveled in areas where, you see here, can fall off, where no one passes, you know. But now I have to relax my arm a little bit. When you know for the next bar, you see, for the next 10 hours no one will pass this way where you go, and that is something what I don't like, you know. That is that was one time in Milano at night. I was in an area, there was no one. That was like ghost town, you know. That was crazy. Yeah, what you see, you have to move a bit, and then I go now to the, here it is shaking. Now another one comes, but no doggy, that is always good. You know, imagine it comes now, so a big Staffordshire Terrier, pit bull, a very big one, you know. Wow. But I like the pit bulls, you know. I don't know the name in English, in the US. It was in New Orleans. They were before in California, Los Angeles, down somewhere, and then in New Orleans, rescue pit bulls. I don't know how it was called in English, you know. It was the German name, and they were Great Tia and all those names, you know. And here you see there are a lot of ways where you can go and move, and so travelers know it. And here, you know, watch out that it don't slips away, this big tree, you know, and all the ones, they can fall off, but not that far away. And then we are here, you know. But there I never trained, you know, never trained there. And those people serious, wow, that was so nice. I watched it so often, you know. That was a cool thing in New Orleans. So now it goes upwards again, and you see those trees always, when it's slippery they fall down. Always watch out, you see that. So in the trees always have a little bit an eye what's going on, the weather, you know, because you never know. So the bicycle, to push it up. So you see, now we have to go up again, but not that far. GoPro will not overheat because the weather is not that warm. And then you can imagine with the kettlebell, that would be completely stupid, you know. And it is a tourist, it is public, but it is a tourist attraction. And we are outside, you know. We are in the city, but at the end and behind a little mountain now, and there normally no one enters in. And really, the people who live here, they don't know that. I would say 80% who live here have never seen this, or 90%, I don't know. Now watch. Be careful when it's raining. Now it starts to rain, you know, but here it is. We made it. Watch now the stairs. That is great. Wow, the platform. Don't be afraid of height. Here I let my bicycle. And now you see around 20 stairs, another 20 stairs, and a platform out to nowhere. Watch this. That is absolutely amazing. And that is the attraction, you know. And the last edge is from glass, so that you see under. And we are very high. And you know, wow. So when you're afraid, imagine here with the kettlebell to crawl down. They are a little bit similar than the demolition stairs, a demolition tower. Wow, but I swear you, problems with height is here very tough, you know. And I'm afraid of height, but here it goes because the platform is wide and that is high and a little bit out. But now it comes. Wow. Now my legs are gone shaking. Wow. Can you imagine that? Now I'm very scared, you know. Wow, that is here, but now you don't see it. It's a little bit dirty, you know. Wow. I'm not I'm afraid to go out there, you know. Wow. And that is the thing what the mental part does to your head, you know. It's nothing other than 5 minutes ago, but now my legs are shaking, you know. Wow. And here you see the city. Wow. Now I'm really afraid. You see the tower, but I have to move, you know. I'm very afraid now. Here are other stairs. Wow. I have to move up. That is the same feeling, I swear you. I never lie. I'm completely shaking now. I have to go a little bit like a duck. Wow, I cannot watch back. Here is really tough to me. That is the same feeling as on the tower where I told you why I traveled up the stairs. I cannot show you a nice panorama now. The back side of the ski jumping. Wow, now when I'm on my bicycle I'm happy again. Wow, that is really the mind, what the mind makes to your head, you know. Wow, now it goes. Wow. Now, wow, but when you stay there, I cannot watch down. That is so scary to me, you know. Wow. That is a thing, you know. Wow, and that I wanted to show you. 20 stairs around, another 20, but here the train. You see that now. Wow, that was the thing, a very cool attraction. But really 80-90% don't know this. And so I'm sorry that I couldn't show it better, but now, wow, I'm happy that I'm here again. That is really, the blood pressure goes on, the heartbeat goes on, the legs, you know, they are like you cannot stand anymore. They are like you're crushing down. Only because the head says fear, you know. But I have done it again. And so with my fear, and that was good, but wow, that is not a nice feeling because that comes immediately and then you have a problem. Because then, and that happened to me when I was making the how it is called, the tower in the city, you know. And there, wow, that was also, you know, there I had to turn and go back, you know. Yeah, and that it is. And now, other day when it was more hot, you see the other places. Nice it was now. It was nice in that word. So my friend from Canada, next day, next luck. And so here we go to another place now. And that is also one of a kind, but watch before we enter in. Maybe you can remember it. Here is the Boulderwürfel, you know. This big boulder stone is on there, you know. And there, back in the days, we learned skiing on that green hill, and there was all fields. No house was here from those, you know. The all fields. But that is the cool thing where the the autostrada, the highway is underground. And there we have to go now. We have to pass this tool. Then you see the other entrance, you know. The lighter entrance. Because the steep part with 35 you have seen. And now we make the normal entrance is also steep. And then we go to the last spot what I show you, you know. The old Trimdich part. You have seen it once in winter, now we check it out in summer, but we enter in another station where I have trained. And that is a castle, you know, our biggest castle. And there is something I tell you later, which is, you know, only once in the world, you know. And you see, there we have to go on. Will be cool. I train there now, you know, I have my training things on. We make a session. I have no kettlebell by me, but I have the real bicycle again, you know. I made an update video because it was in repair, because that does not work anymore. That was damaged and I could not make here, nothing worked anymore. And now the 30-year-old mountain bike is repaired. For other ones it would be an old bike. To me that is, wow, now it works again. And that is all what I need. A bike which works, which is not too heavy. I don't need a too light bike, you know. That has 12 kilo. Perfect to me. And now I can make all good again. The most important part is that you have the ergonomics, you know, when you sit on. Because by the other bikes that does not fit to my body. And so I got in the elbow, you know, too much tension by driving all the times. And here it is better. And that is nice. And last time we were on the other side of the mountains where I have shown you the old Trimm-dich-Pfad, you know, the 80s style, calisthenics style. You know it, where we were on the village, on the platform, overground, where we have watched to the city. And there, you know, I tell you also, there is in German a good reportage in, because this is called, you know, the Nordkette. This is the mountain, this site, Nordkette, and that is also famous in the whole wide world because there are skiers, you know. And we can watch from here a little bit, you know. Here you see it. Now watch in there, you see little houses. There we were yesterday in the mountains, where you can drive up to the top, you know. And that is a skiing paradise, you know. Here the students, they come from all over, from Germany. They all want to study here because of the mountains. And that is one of a kind, because almost nowhere in the whole wide world you are that quick from the city in the complete mountains with free snow. I will link that reportage. It is in German, but you can watch that if you want. They make skiing with where you can fly in the air, and then they go to the snow, and then they jump off and fly again in the air with this tool. And they make their drones, you know, to fly and jump, and their own jumping box. Really interesting when you watch that. It is longer, but it's really maybe once in the world, because that quick from a whole main capital city, you are not that quick on a mountain, you know. So, and here we are, those are the other fields. And now we will see the entrance. We drive them up with the bike again. Wow. Where do you get this, that someone has such a pleasure, like me, when you have a 30-year-old bike repaired, you know? Wow. Because you can do all things, you know, what I need, and that is great, you know. But now I have to go down. Wow. Watch with numbers. That is cool, you know. I like that. So we have to go one down again, and now wait again. Oh, wait. Now we have it, you know, because with one hand is always a little bit tricky. So, and watch, here is this hill, and now we drive to the castle, our last station where I have trained. Wow, cool. There sits one in, you see. That is cool for the seniors, for the pensionists. And now here, that is heavy, you know. Here you have to have power, and that is why I don't come here with the kettlebell, or almost never, only without the kettlebell, because then you are over, you know. But here it goes. But the second part, and have you seen, they have a chair, their own workers on a bicycle who drive the older people around, that they see something, you know. So in here we have to cross, and then a steep part comes, because this is the street where we come to the castle. And the castle there is beautiful, you know. And there it is not allowed to film in. Watch. And that is now absolutely steep. After that left we could enter in a shorter track to the Boulderwürfel, but we go the right route. And there we came out where this steep part with 35% was, you know. Here we could make it now left, then we would enter in the Boulderwürfel, but this is steep, you know. That is really, really steep. But with that bicycle, I don't know, the 1 kilo lighter maybe makes a difference. It is much lighter. Or I have not counted the diffs now on the bicycle. I have an all new one there. Oh, now a car comes. Shit. You see, I'm pumping now. And then to train, then you have lost most of the energy, you know. Watch, car was left. And here you see it, Schloss, that means castle, Castle Ambras. And there we come out by the main street. and therein it is forbidden to film. You are not allowed to put it on YouTube or for commercial things. You can make a few photos private. So I will respect that and not walk with the camera and talk and put it then on YouTube, you know. But I make photos, I make a slideshow, and then I say something. But I tell you, absolutely beautiful in there. I was working in there every Friday. We moved all in. I was in there as a kid with my grandmother, you know, in 1990, 1991 and on. And then I trained there. Why? Because we moved up from the other side. Oh, there you enter in the castle, you know, but you have to go upwards. And then you pass the castle, and there they had a dip bar. Watch now. Wow. We are higher. You see last time? Wait. Now I go down. No. But last time we were there. There is the village. You see on the mountain? And that is the Notkette. Now we are on the other side. And they had a dip bar. That sounds now what? Only that for what and this and that. But that was a time when no calisthenics park was, I think, in the whole country. Because no one knew what calisthenics was. And that was for kids made, you know. 2 bars. They were yellow, very, very old. And there we made the dips, you know. Or hanging and making pull-ups. And then we traveled to the Trimnichtpfad, you know. The station in the woods, what I've shown you in winter. And that was perfect, you know. That was very, very cool. And so we combined this, and that is why I'm showing you also the castle. And now why? Watch. Wow. When you see that, that makes so fear, I swear you. These are 35% steepness. Have you seen that? Wow, when you're in reality here, you think they go straight down. Wow. Even this is heavy, but that looks like nothing against the 35. And here we enter in. And the only problem is I have no lock, you know, for the bicycle. I have a lock, but I don't know the number anymore. That is so old because I never lock it up. So I will bring it a bit on, but here are no people. Here will no one take the bicycle, you know. So yeah, and that is famous. Why? Now listen, because this is the first that is the first museum in the whole wide world. You know, the first museum in the whole wide world in the Castle Inn, you know. They call it really the first museum of the world, and that is only once in a life here, you know. And there we enter in, and it is also one of the most prestige museums in the whole wide world with a lot of history. We were in there. And one time I was in as a kid, and then I couldn't see anymore. Can you imagine that? That I will never forget, and that feared me so often. Here we have to move up then for the calisthenics park, and here is the entrance, you know. So, wow, what a beautiful place, you know. And I couldn't see anymore. I was staying, watching what they told, you know, in the museum, and then it was black, you know, and not that you say, oh, a little black and you fall down. No, I was standing normal, I was completely here, but all went black. And I told then, I was with the teacher in class, and I cannot see anymore. The other young people all laughed, and I said, help, help, I cannot see anymore, I cannot see anymore. I walked, the teacher got me, and I couldn't see. You know, then I was sitting down, and after that it came back. What that was, I have no idea. You know, race cyclers, very nice. But, you know, and then we enter in. You see, the city of bicyclers, but the trail bicyclers, extra loud, you know. That is also here. But now we have to watch out. I show you how I make this. I think today are not many people in because it is very hot, you know, for here. The people here by 26, 27 around it has in shadow, and they say, oh, it's too hot, you know. They say, I stay at home, I need water, what to do, no movement, too hot, you know. And to me, well, now it starts, you know, 40 degrees, that would be perfect to me. And so we will have not many people in, but now I take my, where is it? Here we have it. So, wait. Come on, you look. You know what I do now? I have to bring it on like this, you know. Watch now. That we don't damage it. You see that? That looks good, though. So, and the people think, hey, it is locked up here. You see? That is the thing. But now I move in. Where was the thing? I can show you that. Hey, they have put it away. You see that? The last time when I was here, you know, a few weeks ago, or before I was ill, where I've shown you the video, there they had a big tool where it was filming forbidden, you know. And so I don't know, but when nothing stays, we will move in and then we see, you know, that it is. So let's enter in our thing. Very cool, and that is absolutely relaxing. And now you see they have opening time, and there you have to pay also entry. But here you see, not walking in the grass, no fire, no bicycle, dogs are allowed, playground is allowed. And what that is, you have to, I don't know, I cannot tell you what this is. Here in English, in the event of storm, leave park, danger due to failing branches. And that is what I say, when storm is, walk out. Now what is with my bicycle? Have you seen it? The other thing is away. The girl moved. But watch, that is a big park. The castle is absolutely amazing. And here we have a how it is called, a river, you know. There is a small lake, you know. I don't know how to call it, but you know, now I was longer not in, so I have to watch out where we go. That is the question now. And we make it in that direction, you know. And then we will see. Hopefully the GoPro holds, because when it's warm they get a heat problem, you know. That is the downside of a GoPro. But the new Ecos, you know, I have no money to bring on the new equipment, you know. We could fly here with a drone and this and that. That would be awesome, you know. But we will see. Now watch. Here we enter in, and there's a lot of tourists. Here you will not see that much now. But believe me, the castle is poor. That is maybe the cleanest place of them all in the whole city. And that is maybe the most prestige thing to visit after the golden roof, what I have shown you in the middle, what people do in the whole federal state. But I will be a bit quick that no one steals my bicycle, but that would be really a bad luck, you know. But I have to watch out if this kids place is still here, you know, with that yellow bar. And you see here you can move down, and there you come to the other side. There we came out where my stairs are the toughest. There you enter it in at Luigenstraße, Luigen Street. Watch, that is cool, or that is a relaxing place with the animals, the ducks, you know. And you are only allowed to walk by those walkways to sit down, you know. And that is absolutely cool, you know. Here I will film, and we have to watch out how many people are by the castle, otherwise I will make the photos and make a slideshow then, you know. Oh, have you seen it? Here is a, how it is called in English, the Eichkatzel. That is cool. That is amazing, you know. Yeah, and here you see you can move right, you can move to the left side, but we have to watch out, you know. I have to tell you, I don't know where the playground was for the kids, because I moved always from the other side. And you see, But the air is very good here. You can move down, but you see the trees there. Always be careful. And you can move up there. Here I think could be the playground, you know. But here we moved every week, you know. But then I tell you why I have left this training, because I got so much of the allergy. And one day I was there and really I thought, what shall I do? That was raining. The eyes were completely red and it didn't stop. And when I had this, then that was until 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, only bam bam. That was so bad, I tell you that. Then I thought, why to come here again when you think maybe you die in the park, you know, that heavy that was, when you don't get air anymore. So long time not here. Oh, there are people in the places, you know. Like in the other, I've shown you the garden where we moved, where I told and I've shown you that you are not allowed. Here you see now the castle, here we come. You see it in front. That is cool. So I have big hope that we can film, because when they are laying here in the green grass, then I think no one will say something, you know. But what a relaxing place. And I tell you, they have here a cave, you know. A cave in the mountain in the wall. And when I was a child, my grandmother always told me the bad people were here locked in. So be brave, otherwise we will always come here. Boy, I had so danger. But I was so little that I could go through the bars, that I was in there when I think back. But I cannot tell 100%. But the playground, where was the playground? Here you only come down those routes, I know, you know. You come out by our street. And there, you know, I moved when I was ill. I also moved here, you know, because you have to go a little bit upwards and then you see, can I do it or not? Now we are coming in. And really, I worked here in around 2008-9. Every week almost we were in there and driving all passages with car, you know. I was standing behind of the truck, and then I remember now, wow, that looks so odd, you know. Here we moved up backwards, you know. The truck drove here backwards and left in the building. There were the garbages and I have to take them out. That sounds maybe stupid, but that was the coolest job of them all. You are the whole day in the fresh air. Sounds stupid in behind of a garbage car or truck, but you watch the whole city the whole day. No chief would say something to you, hey, quicker this, that, and you relax and you get good money paid, you know. That was. And now watch here, stairs, you know. Wow, I love that even back then, you see. But here you are not allowed to train, you know. But that is a cool thing, you know. And here is the main entrance. And this is the labyrinth, and there are the caves, what I told you. I will show you them. But normally, you know, there are much more people. That is normally really full packed on some days. And here you can pass always for free, you know. And that is a lot of history here. You know, I was often in, you could take an history lesson. Very interesting, you know, what all was going on. And you see, that is the labyrinth. Very nice made. I mean, you know, nowadays, you know, we have a lot of other things in the world which look spectacular, what you watch. But back then in the early 90s, that was, wow, that is so beautiful. How they cut this, you have not seen that, you know. And from here we have a photo, you know. I can show you we have a, I don't know if I have it. Here we made a lot of photos, you know, and here you see it. It's very beautiful. And here we always entered in, you know, with the truck. And that was really cool. And we make now the right side, you know. Fresh water. The old traditional buildings, you know. Here the water, and here right on there were the caves, you know. And now watch, that is beautiful, or really cool. And I like that, you know, to watch such a, to go back hundreds of years to see what was going on there. I like that when you have someone who tells about this, you know. And that is really cool. And in there I trained, you know. So That is also when you train outdoor, you get a lot of history, you see people, different kind of stuff, what I don't have indoor that much, you know. But that is amazing, huh? The first museum in the whole wide world. Now we had a music lesson, a history lesson. First museum in the whole wide world you see right now. Bet the cat is here, you know. And here is this cave, you know. I don't know if the people know that, but I will show you that. There it was. Yeah, here we have it, you know. Watch. There it was, yeah, exactly here. But I don't think that many people will watch that. They will say, what is that? Or, you know. And here you see, I could move in when I was a child. And then they always told me, wow, when you're not brave, you come in here, you know. That was 1990. Here we can read it. Yeah, it's too much now to read, you know. But when you remember, I was staying here in 1990, you know, 1991, and we moved almost every week here, you know. And so that was really a cool paradise. And see, I was always outside. Only then when I got this with the illnesses, and then I couldn't train anymore. And you know, also I spent 1 year in the flat. Watch, that is nice. Cool, or? Bam. Yeah, really, I was 1 year in the flat. I haven't left the flat for 1 year. I do things what no other one does, you know. I know how this feels. Really, only one time for 1 hour or 2 hours I was leaving it at night, and 1 whole year I was staying in the flat. I didn't open up the door to go downstairs, nothing. Because I was 24 hours here for my grandmother. And then I have seen what happens to the body when you are not going out for 1 year. You know, who has this experience? I have it, you know. That is cool and nice. Wow, you see with the cave here. And that is a relaxing place. And you have a lot of stairs, you know. The stairs. Here to train. Wow. But here you get kicked out very, very quick, you know. That is the thing. But if I would be allowed, I would come here with my kettlebell, you know, all the time. That would be amazing, you know, really amazing. And you see, oh, stairs, these are the older ones, the rough ones. And now we are at the back side, you know. Also here are stairs in, I think. And here you come down, you know, that is now the little outside. And here, you know, there are also stairs. I'll show you that. But here, you know, always careful, it's a little bit slippery, you know, I have not the best shoes on. And here you can make a round, you know. And here you see stairs. And it's a relaxing thing, and now you know what I mean, because you have so many ways to walk here, you know. You can move here, you can make here the stairs, you can move on here, you know, on benches, and it goes around, you know. And so you have a lot of things what you can do. And when you come in after illness, this is heavy, you know, because you have different things. You are in the nature, good air, you know. When you watch here, that is a cool thing. We make it now from here, that you see a bit, and then we make the round and go on. You see there are, yeah, you will not see it now, but there are the bridges, you know. And that is a cool thing. Wow, the GoPro still runs, you know. Yeah, and we have to watch out. I think this kid's place is not here anymore, you know, because when we entered in before the castle, there I think it was, but it was very old, you know. But the dips there, what it was like, hey, there is a real dip bar. I have not seen in my whole life a real dip bar, you know, outside. And that was the time then later on when Hannibal for King came up, and you thought, wow, we have the same here like in New York City, you know. That is the coolest shit. That was cool, you know. And now we have to watch out, you know. Always remember the bicycle is not locked up. And here is always the danger that a dog comes, you know. And you see here is the the building, and we have to move on the left side and show you that. You know, because I'm always a little bit scared of the dogs, and here sometimes with the dogs and no line, you know, and the dogs feel it when you have fear, and so we watch out. But here we can make the round, and that is pretty cool, you know. And the entrance here is from the main city. There I don't have to drive the street where we were, but here to walk. Very cool, you know. And it's also, you know, the fresh air, to walk here for the mind. People forget this often, to train also, or to relax the mind, you know. Not only strength, weight, and heavier weight, also to open up your mind, the mental healthness, that is also important, you know. And when you walk here, that is relaxing, you know. That is, wow. Because here are only friendly people, here are tourists who come with the imagination to have free time, you know, they don't have to work now. Here it is more steeper, and here you see the side of the castle. That is also steep, you know. That is for walking like Höttinger Höll for the walkers, you know. And only nice people here, you know. I have once seen an interview, you know, from a guy who had an own store for toys for kids, you know. And he said that is the best job. Why? Because only parents enter in with their kids, and the kids always smiling and have the best time of their life because they want something. So they come in there with an happiness. And when you work, for example, on another store, then people came and complain and this and that and hurry and whatever. And there you don't have it, and that's always important, you know, that you have a nice time. And that is also cool training, you know, to walk a bit, always to have it different, you know, to get used to that, you know. Not only bicycling, also walking, different kind of stuffs, you know, to be multifunctional in training. And you will see that when we train then. And now here we come out to the out view. Great view, you know, from here. And you see there are all ways, you know, all different ways what you can move. So you can be here for a lot of time or for a long time, and that is cool. So now we are coming out, you know, but here are people. Whew. And we could film it, you know, all regular. There was no shield that you are not allowed. So now we are here where we came, you know. Here we entered in, but the kids' place is not here anymore. Here you see for the birds, nice house or that they can fly on there. We can make this round now, but the kids' place, you know, that was somewhere here, you know. We will check it out, but I don't think it is a way relaxing. Or now tell me, when you are from New York, you are from Canada, you know, I don't know from where, Vancouver, Toronto, whatever, but very cool, or that is nice. Beautiful, first museum in the world. In Canada you have a YouTuber, great YouTuber, a musician YouTuber. His name is Yes You Can Play Guitar, you know. I wrote a few times with him. He made, for example, a few interviews with members of the band of Prince, you know, and other stuff's really a cool guy, good, very good musician, you know, in the guitar, and he's from Canada. Also has a fitness channel, yeah, and I think that was here, you know, but here I have no picture. I don't know why, you know, I don't know why. We move this side. Yeah, it is not here anymore. It is not. Have you seen there was a dog without a line? That is what I have meant by a brave dog. It's only when they rush in a corner where you don't see them, then you know what I mean. And here, you know, that is the main entrance where we watched from the other side, from the inside, you know. And here we go back to the bicycle, you know. Then we see Filmen. Was ist das für ein Dialekt? Graz? Steiermark?
Nein, Oberösterreichisch.
Ah, okay.
Ich bin aufgewachsen in Oberösterreich, aber wir haben es ausgestellt von Schloss Madrid, mir gehört alles.
Okay, von wo aus Oberösterreich?
Mir gehört alles, hast du gehört?
Ja. Von wo aus Oberösterreich? Linz?
Franstadt, Linz, mit dem.
Ja.
Aber mir gehört alles, ich bin aufgewachsen
Ja.
in Franstadt, in der 35 bei den Kreuzers. Aber ich bin ein richtiger spanischer Hochlandler.
Ja. Ich war in Linz. Linz am Taubenmarkt. Urfahr.
Ja, da ist das auch noch.
Genau. Ciao.
Ich weiß nicht, was ich gekommen bin.
Alles Gute. Ciao. You seen that? But I'm always open-minded, you know. I ask where they come from because I moved so much. I know the whole country, every city. I know people. Then I ask, but she was, I think, a little bit, I don't know, too much drugs or mental breakness. But they also come here. Maybe it helps. We hope the best. Here we are again by this lake to enjoy. And playground is not there anymore. I haven't seen it. But wow, that is relaxing, you know. That is like once we made a tour to the Herdsee, you know. That is almost similar. Wow. You see that animal here in the stone? The fishes, you see? Wow, that is relaxing. But I think in Canada you have this also, you know. A lot of things there. You know, really, really nice. So, the bar we haven't found, but we had a great time here, you know. We had a dog, you know. And yeah, but the playground is... So now the Echo was overheating, you know, the heat problem. Now we leave it, you know. Now we hope that our bicycle is still here. You know, if there are nice people or not. I hope, you know. That would be something. And then we move on the... Oh, now a doggy comes. No, no, also no lion, you know. That is always the thing here. But you know that. That is a thing in my city that they have so seldom. But now he comes. Perfect, you know. Perfect. When you're afraid of dog, this city is not the best, you know. But because, you know, when you had bad things with dogs, then you are scared, you know, when a dog comes to you. You know, I'm not afraid of dogs, but when I don't know the dog, so I'm always careful because I've seen when they rush into you, you know. That is stupid, no. But we leave it and then we make a training session in the park. We watch, oh, now here it is, you see. Completely alone, a nice doggy, but he's friendly, you see. You see it in the face most of the times if they are nice or not, you know. But that is cool. Then we make a training session. I have no kettlebell by me, but I have some tools here. Then be surprised, we take all what is on there. There are different stations. I don't think that there are many people now training because it is hot, you know it already for the people here. To me, perfect. And yeah, then we make a training session after the bicycling from yesterday, you know. And then yeah, we have all done. All training places where I have trained. My trainings room I don't film, you know, at home. There I have it all. But most of the times I'm outdoor because it is nice, you know. Now we watch if the bicycle is still here, you know. That is now the question. What do you think? Yes or no? 50-50. So I say yes, it is here. Because I believe in the friendly and nice people. Yeah, it is here, watch. It is still here. It worked out, you know. With this trick, you know. Always be smart, you know. Now, we bring it out. It was not locked. So and now we have to go this up, you know, and there is the Trimdichtpfad. You see us there. So now we leave it, you know. Also this street you can drive, you know, there we come then to my village, you know, around, but we move up. And you have seen it, that Trimdichtpfad, that is in German, that means get you in shape, you know, get you in shape. and that was like a marketing name back in the days. In the 80s, I think they have created this. These were stations in the woods, as I told, and there you could train one station, walk 10-20 meters, next station, all as wood. And people really have done this a lot of times because, you know, even normal fitness gyms were almost not here, and they were like, boah, in a gym you cannot go, there are the bodybuilders, that is nothing for normal people, you know. You will know that from that time, but the younger people, the 20-year-old, 25, 30 maybe, or 15, they will not know that time because they are growing up where all is here, CrossFit, all is here, you know, and so they don't know that. But that was very popular here, and here is so nice because here drives a tram. And when you, maybe we see that last time I have not got it done because it went dark. When I moved, I have seen it, I said, shit, now I need the camera. That looks really cool. You move in a wood, you know, and you would not imagine that here comes a complete modern tram, you know, and that is cool. There you come to other courts, you know, but there are few streetball courts in the villages where you can drive by tram, not train, you know, it's not a train, and here you see it. That is cool. That looks really spectacular when this modern thing comes and you say, wow, what is this? You see it twice here and on the other space, but I don't know now when it comes we can watch on the plan, because that I want to have on camera. I was also driving this. That is a cool thing, you know, very relaxing. Sit in a tram when you come to a new city. That was always my thing. I immediately went into a tram overground and drove to all stations, you know. One time, you know, one time. But how late do we have it now? I have no watch on. It is stupid. At 50 and 35. Yeah, we will see. 50, 35. I will check it out then on the smartphone. And that is cool, you know. Yeah, and travel all by tram a whole round, because then you get a good view to the city and you know the city, you know. And that I have done, and every time I moved again to the same city, I traveled the other route by tram overground, and so I have known the cities very, very well, you know. Really, people have asked me in Milano or in Vienna, hey, tourists, why do I come to this? And I say, you go to the tram number this and that, you drive to there, you know, even if I didn't have lived there. And now it starts, you know, the Trimmdich part. And there I will warm up. I make joint mobility. That means I make circles to every joint, you know. Here these are the things, and here it starts, you know. We will go make some push-ups and pull-ups. I have not trained now for over 10 weeks because of those two illnesses, influenza and again ill, you know it. And so I will be very bad. But like in bicycling, you have to come in, but you come in very quick. That needs 3, 4, 5 days training, and then you are quick in. But today it will be very bad from the numbers. But that makes nothing. And here you see it: activation, endurance, coordination, and strengthening. These are the things what you can do here, and that is cool, you know. That is pretty cool. But we go a bit on the bicycle. Yeah, we have the smallest thing in. Wait. So. And that is so cool. In this city you are immediately completely out of the city, you know, in the free nature, no noise. Wow. Amazing, or? That is cool, you know. So from all cities what I've experienced, that is the best one, because you have so much things here which you have not in other cities. Fresh, clean water, mountains, city, all what you need, you know. So we travel it up. Oh, I have to take both hands. It's no asphalt, you know. A little bit more tricky. The stones, wait. Because here you can slip out more easily. So now it goes better, that was deeper. And here you have the second passage where the drum comes. You see? Especially in winter when the snow is, you know. That is cool. And here we trained really often. You know, that was a cool time. I told it with the medicine ball, the rope I had by me. And here comes the drum in the middle of the woods, you know. That is cool. Here, our first station, you remember it? Shall we try it out, you know? A dog? No. Here, this tool. Wait. How to bring on the bicycle? Ah, that is now the thing. I lay it on the floor, you know, like this. There nothing happens. So, wait. Wedelspringen, you know. Wedelspringen. Wait, we have to hold it like this. Here it works. So. So I always make, you know, joint mobility circles, you know. Most of the people go on a endurance bike, you know. They drive there 10 minutes and then they make their weights, but the joints, you know, the joints are the most important thing. Not the muscles, the joints, you know, because when you get older they get damaged. There's one great YouTuber out there, same cap, Scooby, you know, maybe you know him. He has trained here in Innsbruck. That was 2 years ago, I think, or 3 years ago. Scooby, one of the first fitness YouTubers in the whole wide world, was here in Innsbruck making the rows with his self-made sling trainer on a tree, you know. And when you make the movements in the joints, you get the synovial flu in English. I don't know the name. In German I know it, and that is important, you know, for the joints. And so I make those movements, you know, now in quick things. The wrists, important when you make a lot of wrist work, you know. Normally I make it longer. Then I have the 8, you know, for the shoulder in all directions, you know. We can move up this, backwards, and so we have it all here. Shoulder, you know, important. Then for the ab activation, you know, we make this, you know, tension, very nice exercise to warm up the ab when you do something then, you know. Then I always move for the heartbeat, but that we don't need now, the legs are from the bicycling. Then I make, you know, circles, very important, especially when you jump, you know, from high buildings. Now next people come. That is really, really important. Then I always make 10 squats, you know, to bring tension in. The heartbeat goes up more. I make them quick, you know. And then I make other stuffs, you know. I have dumbbell, Indian club bells, you know, when I play tennis, to warm it up, you know. Some other exercises, you know, rowing a bit. And it depends, you know, when the weather is cold I make it longer, and when the weather is hot you make it not that long. Depends how you feel and what you are doing next, you know. When I have exercises where I come in, or it's the heaviest one, then I make it longer, or other stuffs. That is very, very important, you know. Now we try out this tool. I have done this also, you can say it now, 2 decades ago, you know. 2 decades ago. Now we are still here. But, you know, nowadays you would think you make the human flag here, you know. That is the other thing. But that is not that, you know, you try it out, you know, for squatting, you know. Here when you hold, that is perfect, you know, you come down here with straight thing for people who have not the flexibility, you know, because when you go down, most people, you know, get round, you know, or they fall backwards. They have to be on their heels, you know, like this, that they can do it. But now a dog comes, you know, open the hips, you know, when you go down, I can easily be here, you know, for a long time. Depends how long your legs are. When you have shorter legs, you have it more lighter, you know.
Ja.
That is the thing.
Ja, nicht die Welt.
So, now we check it out, what they mean by that. Like this, or bam, bam, bam. That is the exercise, I think, what they have written on there, you know. Or, you know, that is what is there. Watch now. But that is not my training, only to try it out. Be open up for new things. Maybe you like it, maybe not, you know. But here, you know, what I see, for example, when you have a light weight here, what I would do is, you know, for the deeper squats, but also for the scalps, I think, or when you have here, because I can hold powerful then with a lot of weight on, that would be cool, you know. But nice, and now we go on. I'm excited for the bars, you know, that is great, that is my thing. So a few meters more into the woods, here is the next thing, but without a dual. For ab stabilization, we make also this exercise, you know, that we have also done this. But such things here no one does anymore, you know, because people are too experienced. But back then people have made this, you know. So here the ground is not completely straight, you know, like here. We go down straight, bam, you know. Good thing for the coordination. Bam, got a lot of tension here. You see? Wait, straight. Wow, that is heavy because here the floor is not straight and it goes down, you know. We make it up. Wow. And now people come, now we leave it, you know. Then they would say, what is he doing here? Now we move on. We have a lot of stations, but we have made the activation. We go to the bicycle, we go now in the left side. We make balance and I try to jump a little bit extra for you, for parkour. That we have something in that style in, because here we have enough tools. So we move in, but now they're coming people. We have to wait then, you know. But wow, relaxing when it is warm, you know. That is so nice. Oh yes, wow, great, someone training, you know. Hello.
Hello.
That is great. That I like, you know. Very, very great. We come later on here. But we check out the next stations. Here is the next thing what I see. The balance act, you know. I know things what we can make here now, because I have brought something here, you know, with me in my backpack. What I like to do, you know, and that is what I really do. Those exercises, yeah, I make it with the kettlebell sometimes, you know, the 1 feet, but watch out now. Here, good for the bicycle. Wait, there was a guy training, very, very fit. That I like, you know. Back in the days I was always alone here, because people didn't know what calisthenics was, you know. Now they have bands and this and that. But watch out, here we are. Wow. Here is the thing. Up and down. That means, you know, 20 repetitions. I mean, you know, nowadays people would love up and down, but you know, with 1 feet. Also this, but you know, have you heard now the drum comes? Ma, we have passed it, but we make it then. You see, even this is because the feet is not completely on, you know. I would say for you know, older generations, I'm also now, you know, with 40 years. But there are a few people who have never made sport in their life. Have you heard it? Who have never made sport in their life, they will get even their difficulties. Wait, a little bit loud. You know, I like such videos when you only film that what is exactly right now live. Because you have seen my feet is longer than this, and that is, you know, over my knee height. And when you are with one feet, believe me, many people will have problems. When you are trained, it is not heavy, you know. But the highest one, you know, when you make a lot of repetitions, or when you have done the bicycling, what we have done now, you know, then you still even feel it. But when you are fresh, you will not feel that much, you know. But with a kettlebell here, complete a different story, you know. But once again, they are slippery. When they are wet, I would always avoid it, you know. But I have another thing what we can make, you know, like to stand on. Many have problems, but not we. But now watch out what I have. We make it this way. Wait, from here. You see that? From here. Zack. Bam. Bam. You know. That is too far. But from here. You know. But here I don't jump because I tell you, you know, when you slip out, I don't want to get hurt, and here you get immediately hurt, you know. And here I would not trust because my feet is more, I have safer exercises, you know, for my balance. And now, wait. So watch what I have here now. My boys, the juggling boys, and that with one feet on, that is a cool training. Huh? That I do a lot of times. Now, you make it first both, you know. Wait, the easy one, that is easy, you know. Whoa, that was not good. This side, you know. Front, back, whoa, backwards. You know, other side. This round, front, too far away, backward, you know. And now with 3, but that is very simple, you know. Over, you know, small ones, high ones, you know, away, high ones. You hear it once again? Boah, wasted. I see him now. Watch now. When I open my hips, you know, I have long feet, but when I open it up, I can easily go down, you know. Then I may make it here. But now with one feet on the highest, you know, that is more tricky. You see that? Oh, watch again. You see? Other feet, left-handed. Wait. You see? With all 3. Do you see me from here? Wait. You go a little bit backwards so you see me better. Now you see me. So. Wait. Go on. We have to come in, you know. You see? Wait, we make it now other. We jump to the other feet. You see? You're an animal. Don't bite me. But you see, that is the thing. Pretty cool training to make it here. And now we move to the next station. And then we see what we can do all. So now we leave this station. Now there are more people, you know. now the calisthenics guys has owned this park, you know. And when I was here, that didn't exist it. But here we have more tools, you know. And then, you know, we see what we can make. But you know, the push-ups and pull-ups today will be very less, you know. Because after over 10 weeks with not making things, but here we have the balance. But that is it, you have to come in. Don't worry if all others will be better today than me. Now you see it in summer, and here it is cool, you know. That is nice. We will check out the things here. I have done here a lot of things. So the bicycle we bring on here, and here, but now that is cool, you know. But I always test it out if it is good, you know, because in the nature you never know if someone has damaged it. Wait, my bicycle, stay. So it is good, you know. Now here we have rings. We have the wall, but this I don't make. Why? You know, you could jump off, but here to get something in, very dangerous. You know, I have no vexation for nothing, and so I leave that. That is a cool tool that we will make. This, you know, was never that interesting to me, those movement, bam 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 bam. But I will make it, but it's not that interesting. That is more interesting to me, you know, the balance act. And here, you know, you see, you can lay on and make some crunches, but that I also don't need. But we started with the rings. That is the first thing what I see. Then we check out this. Here we make some Australian. No, we make first here. Now that is now the question, because now my yeah, it doesn't matter now how many we do. We started here with some Australian pull-ups, you know. Or we make the pull-ups here. I wanted to make them on the other bar, but when we are here, we are making it right now live, you know. I have my gloves by me. That is something what I always liked, you know, because then you are not that opened up, because you know that is only a comfort thing. But you know, from my kettlebell I'm, you know, open up. But here I will take them. We are warmed up, and now 1 pull-up, 2, 3. If I can do 4, I'm very happy now after over 10 weeks. We will check it out. So, oh, they are very thin, slippery, you know. Wow, they are very slim, you know, completely slim. What? Now it counts. How many? Do we make them here, you know? Yeah, a few. After over 10 weeks I'm happy, you know. And complete order to hold than other ones. That I'm not used up to, you know, because I normally make it in that way. But nice. But a little bit higher would be great. Nice. But only the recovery, no, not recovery, the come-in training. So here, different sizes, the same rings I have at home, but they are a bit tricky because they go a little bit in the fingers because they are that thin. check out if they are good enough, you know. So we check it out. Some Australian pull-ups. So, wow, the animals. That is nice, but they are a bit too bright from the width. Man, now the Echo was overheating. I've made now, I don't know, 25 or so I made, but does not matter, you know. Now the balance act, that is what I'm looking for. But before we make the jumping, you know, the jumping, but that was something I told you I never used. I made it, but wow, with the camera now. Stay in. So, the military style. A lot of people, it was very popular, you know, when you were in, but bam, 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 bam. But you know, there you have to watch out because it is not straight, you know, you see that. So that is what I like, you know. There we are now. So balance, how you see my shoe size now to this. So you see, a little bit slippery. We check it out. I have the most slippery shoes now by me, the normal running shoes, but we check it out now. Can we do it? This one, boy, it is also shaking, you see that? Boy, oh yeah, have you seen that? It's shaking. It is shaking. Whoa, no! Now we have to make this. Shaking. That is tough, you know, that is not easy. You see oh, how it is shaking my feet? But now, under control, you know. Once again, to prove it that we can do it. Wow, you see my legs? Wow. But you have seen I can do it. Whoa. Then, so the long one. Wow, that is completely shaking. Wow, you think it is crushing down. Wow. Oh, no. That is better, that is straight. But downwards. Here it is shaking. Now to go a step down. Wow. No. Ah. Ha. I've seen it. Do we see all in? Yeah, once again. But I make it harder. Wait now. Watch out for that. So now I try it with the juggling balls. What can we do with that? That will be tough, you know. Wow. Wow. You come in. Wow. And now we count. Wow, what is now? When you are concentrating on the balls, you lose the balance. Ah, wait. Yeah, was ist jetzt? So. Ah. Now I have it. Now. Wow. That is tough. Ah. We have to go a step backwards. Only to stay on. Oh. Stay on. Concentrate. And now. Wow. That is tough. Wow. Tough, tough, tough. Because I'm straight, you know. I'm not this with my feet, I'm straight. That it is more tough. So, wow. Ooh. Without the balancing of the hand, it gets tough, you know. More here in the legs, bend down. Now. Wow. You see? Because if I would stand like this, you know, then you have more balance, you know. When you are this, it is a bit easier, you know. But here, you know, yeah, we made it. That is great. But now the whole round. Downwards. Whoa. Yeah, and now back. No, stay on. Come, come, come. No, no, no. Shit. Once again. No, no. Ah. Shit. One more time. No, no. Scheiße. Shit. Wait, I have to cut it off because it gets overheated. So, once again. Other perspective. Wow. Wow, we saved it. Oh, now here it goes down, you know, lean more forward in that direction, otherwise you will not do it. Oh, shaking my legs. Oh. Yes! We made it! That was now great, you know. That was a cool thing, you know. No one here, enjoy the nature. Wow, that was now really cool, you know. That I liked. But here I have other exercise, you know. We use it for something other. Watch now for the balls. That is something what I always do at home. You know, 3 balls, and then this. Ah wait, that was not good. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. One ball, bam, 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 one ball. Left-handed. Left, bam. Left, bam. And now we take 4 balls. Wait. So now we have 4 balls in the hand. Can we do it with 4 balls? Wow, have you seen it? We do it. Ah, one more time. Ah, shit, that was not good. But that is tough, you know, that is also training. That was not good. One more time. Ay, ay, ay. Ay. Yeah. Yeah. That is cool, or that is also my training, you know. Like you do, balance, that is so important, coordination. What most people don't train when they get older. They are strong, but also balancing and such things. Boah, cool station here. Now we move on. We have this tool here, but this tool, I don't know, you know, what you're doing here. Stand on. I have no idea. That I have never used really, you know. But check it out. Well, you know, that is what I don't like, because I don't know what to do here. And the thing is, what gives it to you? What drains it? But the risk that you slip out, you know, looks completely stupid and easy, but then you fall in the change, whatever, makes no sense, you know. When you have no benefit out of it, it makes no sense, you know. Of course, for parkour, they could jump over this and that, you know, but that was cool. So, very, very nice. Now we move to the next station and we see, we have still the push-ups. I'm interested how many go. And then other stations, then we see. Wow. So my friend, now we leave it. Now we go to the next station. Can you remember that was the passage in winter where it was so icy, you know, to come up here. Wow, that was slippery, you know, that you don't slip out, you know. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Here. Wow. Animal, go away from me. You see that we don't make, it's like a squat, you know. But here, boy, here I have now with the camera in the hand, I have to, because it is, you know, with the stones and things in, that is the steep shortening track, you know. Nature, you know. When we go to the lake, here is also a little lake, you know, and the playground, but there are no rings anymore. We have seen it. The rings are away where I have trained. So always watch out what comes. And here we have another balance tool, you know. Here you see it, that thing. You have to try it out, but where to bring my bicycle? Hello. So we put it on here. Yeah, here it is better. Like this now. But wow, that is shaking, you know. That I don't want to do, because, you know, no. You know, that is slippery. You see that? You can immediately slip out. And there comes my thing in my mind, because I almost never have done something to me, because the chance that you slip out, you are not used it, is bad. And the benefit, I don't know how much benefit you get out of this exercise instead of the others, you know. And so always go by feeling, and I feel no, because then for 10 repetitions, you know, you slip out, and then you are out of the game for 10 weeks, 15 weeks, whatever, and have pain for only one exercise, which you normally never do. And that is go by feeling, you know. When people love now this, you know, all good, but to me I'm safe, you know, I have no pain. I am pain free. I can make all exercises pain free, you know. That I have learned almost 2 decades ago, when I always was hurting this and that. Here the high jump, wow, that is now interesting. Bicycling, where do you go? I don't know. Where do you go? I don't know. Carefully. They're coming now, people. Now we have to wait. How far do we jump? I don't know. With my big shoes, you know, with the soft thing, we could, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, to the 9th I think I can jump, you know, but we will see. I'm always realistic. Now the way is free and we can do it. So mountain bike, very nice. So here from that angle, how high do we jump? That is a cool thing now. I like that very much, you know. Complete other than other trainings. Now, one dry out, let me see how this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, the 9th is high. But maybe one dry. That was 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Was it 6 or 7? Once again. Here. Once again, wait. One time. Here it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly how I say it, 9th. Then you see I'm very realistic in what goes or not. I don't bring me down, but I don't hype me up, you know, because I have a feeling. Yeah, it was nice. We put it in. The relaxed training. Wait. Wow. And now we move out here, then we see us. So now my friend, wow, watch. Now we have left this small passage and now here comes the next station. Oh, we have to drive a little bit upwards. And here comes the calisthenics park now. You know, the Trimnichtpfad calisthenics park for nowadays. You know, wow, that is nice now. You see here they have done all, can you remember it? The bars, balance. Wow, here we make now some pull-ups. Wow, that is cool now. Wow. Wait. Bring it on here. We make it that way. Wait. Like this. And here we check it out. On that bar, you see these nice wooden things in there. These are real bars, you see. And there, that is the size what I'm used up. But here you will slide with your knees upwards. And we check out if I can do another 3 or 4. That would be now realistic. We check it out. So, wow, what a nice tool. Cool. Here I have trained, you know. Little bit shaking, you know, but cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that is enough. That is great, you know. Or the human flag, you know. That is cool, you know. You can make a lot of things, or to move up like this, you know. That I've also, but here I would not trust if it holds, you know. But for you, you know, for the muscle up, you can train here. Bam. That is cool. Or you know, for the thing to go up, yeah, to make bam a kick. You know, wait. To make, you know, very cool. I like that. Now we go on the balance act. And we can leave here our backpack. Here the balance board, the slack line, but here you can hold. Here we can make some squats, you know. We check it out, then we get a feeling. So how this is. Oh yeah. Whoa. Whoa, watch. I do nothing. Whoa. I only want to stay straight, you see that? I do nothing. Whoa. Whoa. Wait. Whoa. You see that? Whoa. I do nothing. That is so shaking. We have to go to the middle. Whoa. Now. Whoa. Complete order. You see that? I do nothing. Whoa. I try to stay. Wait. When I move, whoa. Now I have it under control a bit. Whoa. That is cool, you know, that I like. Whoa. But you see now it is better. But I think when you go on there, wait, one more time, we go on, and now I have it, you see? It's still, but I have the control. You have to check this out. For first time you have no chance, but now I have it. You see? Cool. That is a cool tool. And safe, because not much can happen, you know. That is something what I like. That makes sense to me, you know. Cool. That is pretty cool. Here the slack line. We check it out. Wow. Slack line, you see the line? Boah, my shakes are now, boah, this like on a trampoline. They are now vibrating. Here you can hold. You see, that is also safe to me, because you cannot fall down much. You get a feeling. Yeah. That is cool. Now we try it. Upwards, here it goes downwards. We make it now upwards. No hand. Wow. Wait. Whoa. I'm still. Now I was. That is cool. Wait, once again. But here I go a little bit more, that I have more control. One round we have to make. Balance it out. Oh, hold a bit. No, but you see, that is safe. That is a safe thing. One time. Wow. See, you can hold. That is cool. Shit. Wait, from the other side. So here you see it now better. Watch out, that is a very slim thing. You see my shoes? That is a finger, a little bit more than a finger. Hello.
Hallo, servus.
Oh. Oh. Oh, now we made it. That was cool. That is nice. So now we check out this tool. We try this out. But you know, I cannot tell you if this was the same here. But there were tools, but there were bigger trees where we made the dips with really like that size, you know. But there I have no video, you know, because the smartphone couldn't film there. We check it out now. Wait. So, how this works out. Oh, you see that? It goes up and down. Wow, that is difficult. That is not only fore or left that goes, you see that? Wow. Testing it out with the hands. Okay. So now we try it. Wow. Ooh. That is tricky. Oh. Oh, okay. Maybe. Whoa. 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 Ah, now it is on. Whoa. Wow, you have to check this out. Have you seen that? That also goes down in that direction, and that makes it so difficult, you know, and also this and that. But now I'm more on my heel, you know. But what I have seen, the tricky thing is when I'm on there and I go to the next, you have to be under control and to go completely straight on, you know. When you come a little bit less, then you have no chance, what I felt now. That is the difficult thing, to come straight on, then it works out. Boy, but that is cool now. Watch out now. goes immediately that you could sleep out or here. And when you're a little bit more forward, you have to be complete in the middle. Start in the position. So. I'm not straight on. Now I have it difficult. Wow. Okay. Okay. Wow. Last one. Yeah, we made it. Yeah. That was cool. Have you seen it? That was nice. That I like, you know, but because of the allergy I never came here again because that was so bad. There, I thought I have to go to the hospital, you know. But that was cool now. Really nice. Now we move on to the next station. Where do we have the backpack here? The bicycle. Wow, nice, or? So, next station, and that I can remember because here we made the Australian pull-ups. You know, I was always with one here when we trained together. And that was a cool thing. We have to make something. That I love, you know, the bar. I made it always on the smaller bar, bicycling. Oh, and the push-ups, we still have to make our push-ups. So, Australian pull-ups, how many? 20 now, huh? I don't know. They have it for the push-ups, but I make the Australian pull-ups. Wow, wait, what a nice view, or perfect. You know, as a parkour, you would jump on, you know. Also by this one, that would be for you the thing, or to jump over. Wow. I also can do a little bit parkour, you know. That was it. Bam, bam. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. Nice. That was nice. You know. That is cool. You know. For you, Shaolin style training, you know. Extra for you for Canada, you know. Now we move on. So, well, here we make now the push-ups, you know. But many will not go. We search a good spot. Boy, it is hard. Here, wait. Now I have it. Now. Bam. Whoa. After 10 plus weeks, first time, it is okay, but you know, bad against other times, but what shall I do? And here important, you know, to protect, because you are so open quickly, and when you are not vaccinated for nothing, then it's a little bit stupid when you blood and these things. But now we move on to the next thing. So now we leave the spot. You see, a few things are a bit similar to my training style, some other. But you know, on the stairs I have also a few things for balance and this and that with the balls, the walls. And now we move up to the end, and there we have our shoulder station, can you remember? And the little lake, and we watch if there are rings here. Wow, but now I've forgotten. Watch, here is the calisthenics bar. Wow, I completely forgotten that tool. Man, now all the energy is out here. Wow, watch that great thing here. Here we have it all. Man, completely forgotten, because this tool was not here back in the days when we trained. Oh, that is cool now. And here the ropes, you see. That was also in for a long time, you know. Oh, you see the animal in there. He's eating. You see that? Yeah. Great. Wow. That would be the playground for you. Now wait. So now watch that station. That is very cool. A dip bar. But the size of that dip bar, watch now, you know. I can almost move here. I'm 180, you know. I watch now the display, sorry. I'm 180, you know. Then you can imagine how high this tool is. And now, in comparison to this, because you would think, dip bar is low. My height, 180 almost. Can you imagine how high this is? That is unbelievable, you know. When I reach out, you know, watch. I straighten my hand and I don't come to this tool, you know. That is pretty high. So also this, you know. I will show you that. That is a little bit lower. And here we have the ladder. And that goes a little bit upwards. But that is a cool tool, or with the wood. Very good sized bars, you know. And here we have a long bar. And here you have such tools. And that is really a cool thing, you know. Now I show you something, and here we have the ropes. But here, when you watch, you think it's that high, you crush your head, you know, happened now to me. But here the ropes, we start with that. And that I have done always on Saturday, that training. That you have other training, but now, you know, my goal is demolition tower, and that is very specific, and I love this. There I get it all with the kettlebell, because I want to also my heartbeat, that this is trained, and with the kettlebell I have it all, you know, on the stairs, and to crawl down. So, check it out. So now they are straight. Do you see me? Do you see me? So now, the rope training. That we have also done. That was here back then, you know. Hello. That makes fun, you know. That is a fun exercise. But when you make it longer, of course, burns a bit. But fun, only for fun. Now I show you that tool, the dip bar. And here's something for you, you know, to swing. But I tell you what happened to me once. Like this, you know. When you are from here, you could jump here, you know. Like when you are swinging, you know what I mean? Bam. And then you jump to the next. And I have done this once from a tree. I was on a tree and there was another tree. I jumped to it, and you know what happened? Because of the speed, I jumped and then I slipped out and fall completely to my head to the grass from around 3 meters, you know. I had a concussion that was all like in the head, you know. But there you didn't go to the doctor. But that was headache that I cannot describe how this is. This is like someone is shaking your head like this the whole time and didn't stop, you know. But that was so tough, you know. That is why I never would do this again, where I have to jump, because of that experience, you know. There I could have been dead, you know, or have a blood thing in the head or a broken head. And so that I don't do anymore. That is, maybe you know now why I love the safety part, because some things happened and then you have a other side on those things for yourself than others have, you know. They have not experienced that, so I'm more careful. Here is a good thing, what I have done, you know, to train, or now I don't do it because, you know, I can do pull-ups, but for example, to train, when you are on there and have a little bit feeling, you go down, you know, to this, and then you try go up, you know, like this, because you can use your legs and you need this stabilization, you know, because you lean backwards. Better you have a form on it, but that is a great thing to come to the pull-up, you know. And here, the ladder, we made it with a rope, Now we check it out. I make it with my feet now, you know. Normally I made it from sitting, bam bam bam, up, you know, with the feet in the air. But now the strength is not here for that. You know. We have it. Nice. But that exercise I don't like much because those one arm, I have the carpal tunnel syndrome, and for the shoulder, that position, better always this, because always when you are this, even if you dry it, this position, you have the most less space in the joint where you damage the sena, I don't know how it's called, and so I like to have my elbow down, you know, but it's a personal thing. And here we have the ladder, and that is pretty high, you know, that is really pretty high. I show you that, wait, that you see how high this is again, you know. We make it from here, hope no bicycler comes. What a nice tool, or now watch. You see that? I'm 180. 180. I'm 180. When I jump, once again, I cannot reach it, you know. This I can reach, and here, that is also tough, you know. Who comes up here? You know what I mean? I'm 180. That is how normal people who cannot do a pull-up, how do they want to jump up here, you know? That is tough, you know. But we try it to come up and then to make a few things, you know. Maybe we do it, you know. Here something, a ladder or to stand up would be good. But here, to come up, look, that is too high, you know. We have to make it from the other side, because I don't want to slip out and fall in the shoulder, you know. Here it is better. Here we can move in, not the best way, but you know, here I have the strength. Oh, now. Wow, almost slipped out. Ah. You know, that looks good, but I don't like the exercise normally, because you see, you fall in your shoulder, and that happened to me. I was trying the one arm pull-ups, was negative pulling down, slipped out, and you know, the normal reflex of the human is, oh, I fall, grab it, and then you grab it and boom, you fall in the shoulder. And that was one reason also with an over punch, not punch, an over punch, shoulder in that position to a wall and to a form, you know. And then I was out, even 2 kilos I could not lift anymore. And so I avoid such things, because I know what brings me that now. If I make it one round, better I make a few pull-ups, is safe, brings me more, and I can train the whole year, you know. And otherwise to me can happen something. That is one reason. Now we move on to the lake and watch the shoulder press that we have still, and the other calisthenics bar where the people trained what I couldn't film. We try out, but maybe there are people there, but we see. So now we are at the top. We have made the round, and here is this shoulder exercise, you know. And here is the lake, I show you that, and the ladder. That was wooden, now they have it made of steel, you know. Here we move in. Can you remember in winter? So, bicycling. And we check it out, you know. Or better words for to lift it up, you know. That it is, because they are heavy. You know, for deadlift, not shoulder. You see? squats with weight. They for that they have it, you know. But that we made this exercise that was here. I think, I don't know if this was weight of that steel. We check it out in winter, you know. I didn't want to make it. It was frozen, whatever. But you know, this thing, wow, that is heavy, you know. Wow, I would say 30 kilo, huh? Does it stay on? No. How heavy is this? This is lighter. Yeah, these are maybe 12, 15 kilo, I would say. This one, wow, yeah, 25 maybe, you know. But this one, there is other, yeah, but the exercise is absolutely not good, because how to do it, you know. That is not safety, you know. But that is why I didn't like it back and I didn't like it now. And now we go to the ladder. So we leave it, and now here, watch. That is the ladder what I have on video, where I made all, but it was from wood, you know. That was wood. Now it is very great. But what a relaxing place, you know. That is nice. I have to show you that. Wait. You see? It's very high. That is really, when you watch me 180, you know, my head goes to this point. And now watch out. You see that? This point. Then you can imagine. Wow, with the sun, now it is evening, you know. It is Friday evening, 6 o'clock. And here is the nature, you know. The little bridge, and there is water in. You see that picture? For the nature all made. And that is cool. Wow, what a nice thing, or to train here. Wow, now it has 29 degrees. 29 degrees. And here is most of the time, here it is the water, you see. Wow, that is how I like it, you know. Always train outdoor. So much cooler to me, you know, to me, than indoor. Here you see it. The water, wow. And completely beside of that, we train with the ladder, you know. You see it, here it is. You know, here you have it all in that city. The stairs, underground tunnels. I don't need a gym. For what to buy a gym or anything when you have all outdoor? You know, stairs, underground, calisthenics park, in the trees. You can drive the steepest parts with bicycle. You can walk in the park, in the relaxed parks. That is nice. But now I have no energy anymore. But I show you what I have done here. But now, I don't know if it is the same steepness, but I show you that. What I have done here was that I started around from here, you know, to move all that up, but you have to make your feet up. And from that size you could hang, but now I have no energy. And then you go down, and here starts the difficult point, because your abs, you see that, you have to be with your feet this, you know, this. To hold this is brutal, you know. You know what I mean? Because normally when you hang, that is easy. You know, like here, when you hang. But that, for the abs, you know. We trained here, for example, this, and made some you know, with 2 bars. I made the same position and made pull-ups to train for this. Only with that you could reach the whole thing, you know. and all with those nice wood. Of course, you know, I've seen it when I jumped off the building before, off the tree, sorry. I didn't make a roll like in parkour or in judo I would do to make the impact better. But here you sharpen up your skin, and that I don't want, you know. So bicycler, oh, they are quick, you know, our trail bicyclers, my friends, you know. Here to stretch, you know, stretching. And here is the tool where the rings was. That was nice, you know. That was pretty cool. We check it out. But I think it is not here anymore. Or have they renewed it? But they have done those rings everywhere away. You have seen it in my city. And here, no, it's not here anymore. But that was a frequented park, and that is the middle of the whole section here. You see, there is a slide. And here that was the rings. That was so cool. You see, here they were. Oh, there we have trained with the rope. Well, I climbed the rope up only with my hand, you know. And then I made the rings. You see, from here they went out until to here. There were those rings, what we made before with the Australian pull-ups, the rings. And here we run on later because it goes upwards. You know, sprints up, down, and we throw a medicine ball. We had the medicine ball here to throw it up because it came down always, but it was an absolutely great tool, you know. And you see here a kids place, and that was really frequented very much. But as you see, that is an old style kids place. And nowadays the people, they have other kids places where much more modern things are. But that was really used for a lot of things. But you can relax here, you know, to lay down. You see that? That is pretty cool. And here you see to the mountain, there is the Notketter. You see where the drum drives up down here, what I've shown you the last time on the other side. Yeah. And now you have seen that all. You see here an extra garbage. That is cool made. And yeah, relaxing bark. And you see it goes down. Yeah, and now I have shown you all. I check out if this pull-up is now open. Otherwise, you know, we check out now the time. We can do that. 35 and 50 I was the drum. No, now we have it 10 after 6, I think. How late do we have it? But nice, or 18:04. We don't have it now. Yeah. But you can imagine a drum here. Maybe we come back. Wait. I have to close it. And yeah. So when I see that it is free, I will show you the pull-up bar, what I haven't shown, where the people train. So now it is free. Watch, that is the other station with the pull-up bar. And really here we also trained the most on those pull-ups. I don't know why, but they were wood, you know, not those. These were the old wood bars. We make 2 more pull-ups, you know. Here with the thank for mental illness, you know. Thank God for mental illness, you know. Illness, no, for health. For mental health, you know. That is, here you can jump, you know. Here, I don't know what this is. Maybe weights, I don't know. You know. But here, they are good sized. Because that is exactly that size what I like, you know. Where nothing can happen to your shoulder, you know. That you can make controlled exercise. That is nice. Watch now. 2 more pull-ups, yes. But here, you know, we also made here things to come over, you know. Like here, you know, can make a swing, bam, kettlebell swing. And here, you know, that is the bar, how I like it, you know, my size, my thing, relax, slow motion, you know. Slow motion. Hang on there, you know. Relax. Like here. pretty nice. If not, then I will say now goodbye, but stay tuned, maybe it comes, maybe not, and you will see it right now. And so, Ola, I say now goodbye. Now you have seen all training tools what I have used outdoor in the whole city. You know, we have really done everything, every park where I have trained, and that was pretty cool. And here from the middle of the Trimm-Dich-Pfad, I hope you liked that long video. Lot of things. Absolutely cool, no allergy now, that is the best part. No pain, completely fresh, 40 years. Oh, that is amazing. With my bike, that is how I like it, you know. So in that sense, very, very nice. Greetings to Canada, bye and ciao.